Morning, everybody. Prepare your scatters. I mean, you already have them ready. I can already see them. Keeney, thank you for the 6 months. And the Dwight and Porygon prototype, thank you for the subs during the starting soon screen. I appreciate you guys. Check the top comment in your stun video. I believe I know which one you're referring to because I did read the comments yesterday, but just to double check. Hold up. Which one are you referring to? Yeah, oh yeah, I know which one. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's the one I was thinking. Don't let this distract you from the fact that Joshua Ray Schmidt still owes his chat a Ray cosplay session. Look, I don't owe you anything. I don't know where this is coming from. You guys are gaslighting the YouTube frogs into believing that this is some sort of thing that happened on stream. Absolutely not the case. Absolutely not the case. I don't own you anything sort of like this. I didn't promise anything. Chat gaslighting in YouTube comments. No, it's wild. It's actually wild. Anyways, welcome to the stream, everybody. On this note, today's gonna be a fun one. Because we have a couple things to talk about, some news to cover, a certain OCG metagame report with a pretty big surprise that I haven't looked into yet. Like I've only seen the pie chart and it's interesting. I want to look at some of the details of it. But yeah, that's going to be part of today's stream, as well as we're gonna build my deck for regionals this weekend. I don't know if we're gonna be able to finish it because I'm gonna be honest with you, my desk is there's a lot of options here, a lot of cards that I want to think about, a lot of ideas that I have. I'm gonna try and make it not very I hope it's not gonna be too messy of a deck building process, but it's kind of like my head when it comes to this format right now is also a little messy, so I think it might reflect that a little bit, but I hope it's gonna be interesting regardless. But that's what we're gonna do today. On another note, I just came back from my tax consultant. I just got a tax consultant for my taxes for last year, and I'm probably gonna have to skip stream tomorrow to do some work for them, or like get all my stuff sorted out. But yeah. But you're gonna get a replacement stream on Friday. You're gonna get a replacement stream on Friday because we have the Challenger Cup and all that. So I hope it's gonna be all right. Tax evasion. You see, doing your taxes is pretty much the opposite of tax evasion. I feel like. I think that's not how. I think doing your taxes is step one on how not to be a tax evader, I feel like. I thought Friday was the replacement stream for Monday already. Well, you see, sometimes my life can get kind of busy. I wasn't planning on skipping tomorrow's stream. I'm sorry. But this is, I think, something that needs to be done, and it's a lot of work getting all my stuff for all my taxes for last year. And I won't be able to do it on the weekend either because I have a tournament on Sunday and all that I need to prepare for as well. So it's gonna happen tomorrow. Hello Josh, have you seen a Runick deck list using Bystials and Stardust cards topping 3 regionals in France? Stardust cards? No, I haven't seen that. Is there a deck profile for that? We can check it out. We have some time today, I think. Did your tax advisor ask about why you spend so much on cardboard? Not yet, but they also don't know how much I spend on cardboard yet. So I assume that question is it's gonna be asked at some point. All right. Carl Drogo, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate you. And Excellent Famous, thank you for the 7. Appreciate you guys. All right. Long story short, enough about taxes. no stream tomorrow because of it, unfortunately. Big Sag, but let's hop into today's stream. Let that not distract us from what we got going on today. Let's go. Was gonna ask about the Runick Stardust list as well. It looked really interesting. If you have the list, if there is a deck profile, feel free to post it, and we will take a look at it. We have the time for it today. All right, let's get some cards. Let's warm up. Hold up, let me see. Stardust Runick plus combos. Perfect. All right, thank you. Let's go. Wheel today? No, there's no wheel today. But I do need to disable the thingy. Is that a Koakimairu? I'm not sure. I've seen this one. Swordbreaker. Easy 2 points. Phenomenal. That is Cash Tira Birth. That card has been top decked against me way too many times for me to not know this, unfortunately. I wish I didn't know how that card looked, but I do. This one, however, I do not know. Knight's End Administrator. Okay. It's Gigo? Yeah. This is Cloudian Eye of the Typhoon. Yep. A Gem Knight, I want to say, but I don't know which one. Yeah, Quartz. Aegis of Gaia. Yeah. Bark. No, not washed yet. Hey, take that. You take that back. Guardian of Order. Is that single purchase? Nope. Recall. Oh, this looks familiar. What is that? What Kinetic? No. Is that What Kinetic Puppeteer? What Psychic Fighter? That seems. Oh. I don't know what this is called. What? Okay, without the P. Lost a lot of time on that one. That was unfortunate. Some hero card that I'm not familiar with. Evil Mind. It's a Melodious Diva. Oh man, I'm gonna guess the Melodious Diva. Prima. Easy. I did not guess it. I just looked at chat. The hell is going on here? Who is that? Oh, that's a very old vanilla, I think. I don't know that one. Change slime. That's Mega Caius. Wait, it's not? Is it Illusionary Snatcher? Oh, okay. Blade Fly. No. Is it not? How is it not Blade Fly? The link. Oh, Great Fly. I always. Oh. It's not going super hot. That's an Archfiend. Archfiend. Archfriend. Archfiend Emperor. Yeah. Archfriend. Don't know what that is. Link Mail Archfiend. That's Tribe Infecting Virus. Yeah. That's another Gem Knight. That's like brilliant. Is it this? Please. Oh, I can never just guess something. Lady Rose Diamond. Lady Rose Diamond. Okay. Seba Viking, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I think that's Tri-Blaze. Wait, it's Reload. Okay. Oh, right, it's the trap card. Yeah, I was thinking of the trap card. I was just mixing up the name of the trap card in my head. That's, I think, Black Rose Moonlight. Or Ruddy Rose. Ruddy Rose. Why is it so blurry? Eh? Oh, that's the Vermilion's other thingy. Yeah, but like, why was it so blurry? That confused me. Okay. Anyways, moving on. That's a Gen X or scrap card. I don't know. I think it's a scrap. Searcher. This has something. This is illusion. Illusory Phase Mage. Illusory. No. Phase Mage. What is phase? That's not a thing. It's also not the card I was thinking of. Faceless Magician. Okay. Am I gonna try to guess the photon? No, I'm not. I'm giving up. I'm giving up before I'm even trying. Nah, man. Galaxy Eye Cypher Blade Dragon. Whatever, man. I'm happy for you. Dude, this is... Oh, this Fire King Island. That Dogoran? Oh. This is giving me Subterra vibes. And the Subterra vibes are gone. Turbo Boost Warrior. Okay, I mean not. Okay. I thought it was Turbo Booster or something like that. Sanctum. Final Injection. Yeah, I learned this one from Card Guesser. Okay, Battle Guard. Swamp? Yeah. Have you considered summoning Alistair at the regional? No. You have made me consider it now, and I think I won't. Is that appliancer stuff? Yeah. Is that another Cynet card? Might be, might not be. Who knows? Cynet recovery. Dude, today is not kind to me. Like, who the hell are these cards? Double Bite Dragon. Okay, this one I could know. This looks somewhat familiar. Mist Valley Thunderlord? Yeah. Goontam, thank you for the 9 months. That's Tank Grub, right? Yeah. This is Grant Neos, but it's not Grant Neos or Magma Neos. Rather, it's a spell card. Double hero attack. Is this really Magma Neos? I thought it was Grant Neos. That's Catapult Turtle. That is Cosmo Dark Destroyer. This is Atlantean. Is that the vanilla? It might be Attack Squad. No. Spiral Battle? Wait, really? Is it a Phantasm Spiral? No. Okay, I don't know what it is. Grip. All right. Cool. That's a Noble Arms. Gallatin. Oh, is it Afterglow? It could be. Okay. Yeah. Dude, today is terrible. Oh, this is Vendred. Origin? No, this is a Vendred card. I don't know which one, man. They all have the same freaking name. Re-Origin. Didn't I just try that? I'm pretty sure I did Re-Vendred Origin instead of Vendred Re-Origin. It's so dumb. Volcanic Slicer. Gen X controller. Less than 600 again? Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. It's messed up. The one day I believed. Well, if the good thing is, if this is the only day you believed, you should still be stacked up on channel points because you probably won big on the other days. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. What if I never believed? Well, I mean, then you're probably rich in channel points. We are looking for an effect monster, low attack, high defense, with high level. That's not very often that happens. Relatively recent as well. A low attack monster with a lot of defense. It's not a dark, so it's not shifter. It could be Kashtira, Scareclaw Kashtira. Okay, and it is it's from the year 9999. Cool. It's an Earth. It might actually be Big Benkei. How was it not that? How was it seriously not that? Come on. Okay. So it's a level 8. It could be a flip. It could be a synchro. Super Dora? No, it's not an Exceeds. Sarutobi? No. It's the weird ninja support. Oh, Yugioh? Yugioh, what is it called? Yugioh. No, but that can't be it. Because that is just an effect monster. That's not the one. It could be Pot of Greed. Or whatever the thing is called. What is it called? Pot of the Forbidden. That's what I was looking for. No, but that's not the one. Tarot Traith. That's not an Earth. Huh? Why is the year 9999? It's because the page, I don't know, for some reason they add certain cards to the game, but they don't add the right year for it. It's like when the card is, it must be a very new card though. There's a pot flip that's newer. That's what I was thinking of, but isn't that called Pot of Greed? That might not be in the game yet. Googly? No, not googly eyes. Some sub-tier? Has there been sub-tiers recently? Nah. Earthship? Oh, Jord? That was a very good guess, but it's not 1500 attack. That was pretty good. Today's card is quite something. Oh, Tistina. Tistina doesn't have level 8. Crawler? No. Megalith. I don't think we've gotten Megalith. It needs to be from like 2023, chat. Like Age of Overlord or something. Regulus? Regulus doesn't have these stats. It's less than 1500 attack, guys. This is like the 5th time I've seen Regulus in chat. Rantusk? No. We absolutely were washed today, yeah. Valkyrion? Valkyrion is from 2003. Zero way you're guessing it naturally? Okay, just tell me then. Just tell me if it's not guessable. Just tell me what it is. Convertible? Yeah, okay. That was not going to happen. That's Phantom Nightmare, dude. That just came out. That just came out. Yeah, no, I remember. Now that I've seen it, I remember the card. But there, you are right. There is no way I was gonna guess that. Okay, so today, just both mini games have been absolutely terrible, and we will never talk about them again. All right, cool. Noted. All right. Bro doesn't know Phantom Nightmare cards. Shaking my head. Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing to say in my defense. All right. Now that everyone has assembled, welcome to the Wednesday stream. We've got some things to talk about. Before then, we will move on to build my deck for regionals. I've got a couple of ideas lying around my table that I want to talk about, and maybe throw it into a cohesive deck for the weekend, because I'm going to be playing a regional on Sunday. Which is going to be, I want to say, relatively big. I don't know exactly how big it is. I'm a little scared because they are not doing ticket pre-sales for the regional. So like you just have to show up and hope it works out. I don't know, but I don't know how big it's going to be. Does it include Runick? Potentially. Not for sure though. Not for sure. No. It's gonna be chaotic. That's what I'm expecting as well, because it's yeah, it's usually always like that for that regional. Does it include Fossil Dyna? It does not include Fossil Dyna. Are you gonna play branded? No, at the moment I'm gonna play. I'm planning to use some form of Snake Eye that isn't standard, but we'll talk about that in a second. Like I like the Snake Eye cards, but what I do not like is the current iteration that everyone is doing with like 18 hand traps. I find the mirror match with that incredibly boring, because it's just like both players draw their opening hands and they see who's got the right hand traps, who's going first, and who gets to play through their opponent's hand traps first. I find that boring and not very fun. So I'm going to try to make a Snake Eye deck that maybe doesn't have that sort of dynamic to it, and then actually could be fun because of it. We'll see if it works out. It's a tough ask. I think it's going to be very hard, and it might not actually end up being ideal or optimal. But I'm gonna be honest with you, because I am currently not planning on playing a YCS in this format. I'm not gonna take it as serious in the sense of like I need to try hard as much as possible. I'm just gonna try and enjoy it, because like I'm in a very unique position that I'm not in very often for this format, because I don't need to collect worlds points because we already qualified for Master Duel. I'm not trying to test for a YCS because there is no YCS. So I can just play what I feel like, you know. I can just play. I don't need to find the perfect list. I can just play whatever I think is going to be more fun for me. And I think that's that also has its positives to it. All right. Before we do that though, check what I linked. It's Runick Lid. I've already opened it, and I will look at it because I've already been sent the YouTube video to the deck profile. I'm gonna take a look at it. It looks kind of cool from just the looks of it. I mean, I say that because it has Runick cards in it, but yeah, we'll look at it. First things first, we have a couple things to cover though. Why are there no EU YCSs happening? I don't know. I don't know. Unfortunately, I do not know what the reason for it is, because I mean, obviously they didn't communicate anything along those lines. Technically they also didn't say that there's no YCS. I'm just going off of the couple of information that we have. I mean, it's already March. Nothing has happened yet. They've announced nationals, they've announced Euros, but there's no, they haven't announced the YCS, so that's unfortunate. Because Yu-Gi-Oh is shutting down. That is not the reason. I'm pretty sure. That is not the reason. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe they weren't able to find a venue for it or something like that. I don't know what the reason is. I'm sure we're gonna go back to YCSs after nationals are done, but yeah, unfortunately, no YCS for Europe this season, it seems like, until nationals is happening. I mean, national season starts in what, like 2 months? When is the first nationals? Like one and a half months or something like that. Like, it's not going to be that long at this point anymore. And in terms of a watching perspective, I mean, we still have US YCSs to look forward to. Like, we're going to have YCS Rally next month that I'm going to watch live on stream as well with you guys. So we're not going to be short of tournaments to watch. It's just for me personally, I'm a little short on tournaments to play, but we're going to get through it. It's okay. Maybe they wanted to try European Opens as replacement. I mean, who knows? There's no real point in speculating. Matter of fact, we don't have a YCS announced at the moment. We have nationals and Euros coming up though, and we're gonna hopefully go back to having YCSs after. All right. That being said, first quick news: we have had the announcement of Exodia, the head of Exodia, to be clear, being an OTS Ultimate Rare in Tournament Pack OTS Pack 25, which is an interesting choice. I think this goes along the lines of, I believe they also announced the Infinite Forbidden. Hold up. The Infinite Forbidden, which I'm not sure. Is this a main set? This is just a main set, right? I was a little thrown off, but I think this is the next main set after Legacy of Destruction, and it has the cover card is that Exodia support that they announced recently, right? And it's gonna release for the TCG when July 18th, which I think is before Euros, which is interesting. Yeah, it's before Euros. It's league for Euros, and I think the new Exodia support is probably the reason why we're getting Ultimate Rare Exodia in the OTS pack. Boyger, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Also, Ten King, thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. Exodia head as an OTS Ultimate. On the one hand, like, what do you think of this, chat? Like, I'm not sure what to think of this, because on the one hand, I do think it's cool. I do think it's a cool ultimate. It's a very iconic card. On the other hand, I have two issues with it. The first one is it's probably not going to be meta relevant. I say probably because Infinite Forbidden has Exodia support that isn't completely terrible, but still. Probably not competitively relevant. My bigger issue with it, though, unironically, is that I find it kind of weird to print only one piece of Exodia in a certain rarity. Like, no matter what you think the best version of Exodia is, if I wanna like get an Exodia card in a certain rarity, I would want my full set to have the same rarity. Am I the only one? Like, I would feel very weird playing like an ultimate rare Exodia head or collecting an ultimate rare Exodia head and then not have the arms and the legs in the same pack, the same rarity. Like, that'd be weird. So does that mean that they're gonna print the other Exodia pieces as ultimate rares in like consecutive OTS packs, kind of what they've done with like Sky Striker links, right? Possible? I don't know. Oh god, no. I mean, yeah, that'd be weird, right? That'd be weird. But at the same time, just printing the head in ulti to me is also weird. I find that weird. I'm not that interested. If I wanna collect an ultimate rare Exodia head, I wanna have the arms and the legs too. But anyways, that's all we have in terms of the announcement. It's only what we have in terms of the announcement. I don't think it says anything else. I am Fatal. Thank you for the 4 months, and Bergik, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Maybe in Rarity Collection 2. I mean, look, if they put the Exodia pieces in Rarity Collection 2, what do we need this for? Because this Ultimate Rare is going to look different than the Rarity Collection Ultimate Rare. That doesn't make any sense. Like, they could have... That's one thing I could have gotten behind. Like, I would have probably preferred this. Just throw all the Exodia pieces into Rarity Collection 2. That I would have found that very cool. Because then you can collect them in whichever is your favorite rarity, right? Like, you can you prefer ulti, get the ulti. You prefer collectors, get the collectors. You prefer quarter, get the quarter. Like, that would have been cool. Think of the next 5 OTS packs wasting an ulti slot. I mean, wasting is very subjective, right? Like, I personally, value wise, yeah, this is not going to be the greatest ulti. I personally still would think it's a cool card though. But yeah, anyways, yeah, long story short, OTS pack 25 is going to have ulti Exodia. Think of it what you will. I personally think it's okay, but I think it's kind of weird that you don't get all the 5 pieces in the same rarity. I think that's what's throwing me off about it. All right. Aren't Exodias also Starlight? There are Exodia pieces in Starlight Rare, I think. Yeah, that exists. I don't know where that was printed, but once again, that was printed all... I'm pretty sure that was all in the same set and all in the same rarity. That makes sense. I think just having the head in ulti is weird. To me, that's weird. Battles of Legends? Okay. Yeah. Speculate the other ultis, SP? I mean... It's hard to say. I feel like I say this every time a new OTS is being speculated, but I am still amazed by the fact that we still haven't gotten ulti Ash Blossom. Like, I was at some point, I was sure that they were going to do all the Ghost Sisters in Ultimate Rare, because they've done... What have they done? They've done Ghost Ogre, they've done Ghost, they've done Cherries, but they actually haven't done any of the others. Yeah. They're saving that for YCS price support. Yeah, Copium. Surely we're going to get exclusive rarities for top cuts of YCSs. That's finally going to make it worth, you know, Copium. But I mean, what are other cards that would be like all-time favorites to be in OTSs? I mean, I think SP Little Knight would be a very good decision. I think Baron is also kind of overdue, but like, I mean, Baron has gotten the rarity collection treatment, so I don't know if it's necessary, because you can already get your Baron in a bunch of different rarities. Typhon would be really cool. Typhon would be very, very cool, yeah. Mirror Jade, you really think they're going to continue throwing more and more branded cards in here? I feel like at some point we're done with the branded OTS cards, because I do understand that they are like, that people like branded ultis, but like, there's only 3 slots every OTS pack. Dia Bellstar is likely. I don't think it's unlikely that they are gonna shift to like to printing the next big lore thing, which it seems like Snake Eyes Dia Bellstar is another big lore coming up. if they want to print an ulti for that, I don't think that would be unreasonable. Yeah. Ulti Wanted? Oh, I mean, Ulti Wanted would probably look pretty nice. But yeah, I mean, speculating doesn't really make that much sense here. We're just going to have to wait and see. I don't think there's enough of a pattern when it comes to OTS packs to make good predictions here. Like, I don't think anyone would have predicted Exodia, for example, but all right. Yeah, Infinite Forbidden is a core booster set that is the one after Legacy of Destruction. We are going to, in a little bit, we're going to take a look at the impact of Legacy of Destruction on the OCG metagame. That is planned. That is a planned little segment for today's stream. And the set after is Infinite Forbidden. I believe the only cards we know so far, the only cards we know so far from Infinite Forbidden, which is the next core set after, is the cards that they have announced during the Tokyo Dome event, which was the Exodia support, pretty much, right? Some like Exodia support, some reworks of old cards like the Millennium Shield rework and all that kind of stuff, right? That is so far the only stuff we know for Infinite Forbidden. Everything else we're gonna have to wait and see. It releases in Japan next month. It says over here April 27 is when this comes out for the OCG, so we're gonna have to wait and see. We're probably gonna get releases like reveals for the other cards soon-ish, you know. I think it's gonna be the next couple weeks where these cards are gonna be trickling in, you know, so we're gonna get some new cards to react to, which is always interesting. But for now, there's not too much to say about this other than it's happening, and it is going to be, and that's worth noting, it's legal July 18th, which and July 19th for NA, which makes it legal for Euros, and I think also the NAWCQ. When is the NAWCQ? I think it's exactly the day after this. I think the NAWCQ is like right the weekend right after this, and then the European WCQ is 1 week later. So no matter what's in here, it's going to be relevant for both major, obviously there's more, but the NAWCQ and the EUWCQ. So like the biggest TCG Worlds qualifiers. So that's going to be something to be on the lookout for. And I mean, we're going to be here analyzing these cards soon enough. All right. Let's look at something that is a little bit sooner on the horizon, because we have a metagame breakdown from the OCG, which I think is going to be very interesting to look at. And I honestly was very surprised when I saw this breakdown this morning, because Tenpai Dragons is taking 17.1% of the current OCG metagame. This is February 23rd to 28th, so pretty much a week ago. It takes some time to compile these thingies. It tabulates 187 top performing decks from across 29 tournaments. So it's a decent amount of data, honestly. And Tenpai Dragon seems to be a relevant deck. I mean, like, it really does look like something to be concerned with or look at. Look at Tenpai matches on YouTube. It's funny. Send me one. Send me one on Discord. I'll take a look at it. We can take a look at it. I have because this number is so large, I actually have the Tenpai cards up here. I want to revisit them real quick just for a couple minutes, just to understand what's going on and what might make them so good in this environment. Because, I mean, they are almost up to par with Fire King, and they have overtaken Pure Snake Eye and Voiceless Voice. So that is very impressive. That is more than I expected, because when we read those cards on stream, I thought that this deck was solid. It seemed to me like a solid blind second OTK strategy. It's somewhat gimmicky, but I wasn't expecting it to actually like perform, right? Like I thought it was gonna be solid, but not like meta solid, right? I thought it was rogue solid, like playable rogue deck, not like, hey, I'm putting up 17% of the topping decks or something like that, right? So yeah, let's go through, because I was kind of shocked this morning when I saw this. Obviously, Fire King's still top performer. And I don't think anything has really changed for it. Yeah, I mean, it's still like the OCG, they're still playing it with Fire King cards. They're playing, what is this, 12 hand traps, called by cross out of talents, all right, and then just all engine. I don't think anything here sticks out. This is pretty much what you would expect from it. I'm trying to see if there's any hidden tech cards here that we can adapt for our format, because now, I mean, we have this deck in almost the same iteration, but I don't see anything here that we could or should adapt to. You know, we've got a pointer in the side deck. I'm not sure what that's for. Maybe it's good against Tenpai. No. Heavy Storm and a pointer. Yeah, we should adapt the Heavy Storm. I think Heavy Storm could come back, by the way. I don't think I would mind Heavy Storm. I actually think it'd be cool if we got it. Is Ghost Bell good against Snake Eyes? Ghost Bell is okay against Snake Eyes. Like, the weird thing about Ghost Bell is that it only really happens, or it only really is live relatively late into the combo. Like, you're gonna try and hit the Flamberge in the graveyard with it, obviously, which can be relevant. At the same time, it's not that great. But yeah. All right, here we go. Tenpai Dragon. Tenpai Dragon deck builds are now running upwards of 22 hand traps. What? 22 hand traps in the main deck. This hand trap heavy version of the deck is likely the dominant build going forward. Oh god. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Area Championship, the champion teams of both A block and B block had 5 Tenpai Dragon running this build. Tenpai Dragon could play the game of attrition against Fire King and Snake Eye, where both sides would throw hand traps at each other to disrupt their combos until one side runs out of hand traps and the other side could combo off. Since Tenpai Dragon has much more compact core package, they could allocate more slots to hand traps. Brimming Sangan Manor has a continuous effect that makes Fire Dragon monsters you control become unaffected by your opponent. Activate this effect during your main phase, which makes it much more tricky to disrupt Tenpai Dragon. Tenpai Dragon is also running the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, Salamangreat, Raging Phoenix, and Zelantis in the extra deck as an option to perform a one-turn kill under Dimensional Barrier. However, the opponent typically would not flip Dimensional Barrier preemptively and would likely wait for you to move to the battle phase first. Hence, this is more of an option to bring out when you manage to force out Dimensional Barrier with Harpy's Feather Storm or Heavy Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, this is 22 hand traps. This is disgusting. Okay, I have one question. I don't know if any one of you is familiar with Tenpai yet. Is this a blind second deck or is it going first? It goes second. Okay. It blinds second. All right. So I will say one thing. And I'm gonna repeat myself, but I thought that Snake Eye format was looking kind of promising. However, I will also say this current development of everyone is just playing 18 plus hand traps in the TCG already. I find that incredibly annoying. And unfortunately, it looks like decks like Tenpai Dragon and Legacy of Destruction in general will further lean into this concept. Like, it's actually straight up, it's disgusting. Like, this kind of gameplay is actually so annoying. Like, exactly this sort of this sort of behavior that they're describing in this text, right? It's just like not what I'm looking to play. Like I'm not looking to play a game where both sides would throw hand traps at each other to disrupt their combos until one side runs out of hand traps and the other side could combo off. Like this is specifically, this has nothing to do with Tenpai. This is specifically what's my issue with the current TCG format as well, right? And I don't know if this is, honestly, I don't know if this, for this particular build, I don't know if this is Tenpai's fault or more like Snake Eye's fault. Because I feel like this is an issue maybe that like Snake Eyes kind of provoke this behavior. If you get what I'm saying, if what I'm saying makes sense. Like it's like Snake Eye is the kind of deck where I'm looking at it and I'm like, I could try to deal with what the end board is, or I could try to stop the end board from happening by using hand traps. And it's like that second task of dealing with the end board is like so much harder than just like impermash them, right? And we're going to find that out later today. And I'm probably going to find that out on Sunday as well at my regional. Because I am planning on building a deck that tries to break the board rather than hand trap them to death. So that's going to be something, right? That's going to be something. But I do understand why the format is taking this direction is what I'm trying to say. And if that's the case, honestly, if there's no other solution to this format, I think that's gonna be a no-no. Looking back as as a format, I think it's gonna be a bad format if that's what it's all about. But yeah, the Tenpai deck, I think is worth taking a look at real quick because of the performance it has put up in the OCG. So I'm gonna look at these cards again in a second, and Skrelp has also sent me some gameplay, so we're gonna take a look at it in a second. Just very quickly want to look at what other stuff they're doing. Terror Drake, thank you for the 3 months. Also Drunk Octopus, thank you for the 4 months a couple minutes ago. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support, everybody, guys. Benj TCG Lotux, also thank you guys. Appreciate you. Snake Eye, the Black Goat Laughs is another tech option that some players are running in the side deck. Interesting. This innovation largely came about as a tech to go against Tenpai Dragons, but could also work against other matchups. Against Tenpai Dragon, when the opponent activates special summon itself, Black Goat Laughs could be chained to declare Zongdora and stop special summon. Black Eye Zongdora could effectively stop. Okay, interesting. I do think the Black Goat Laughs is a good card, like in general. It's only being used in Labyrinth at the moment in TCG, I think. Even, I mean, you don't really see Labyrinth, but I think the card is pretty good. But it just goes along the lines of like, this is just your other option over cards like Dimensional Barrier. Like, I'm pretty sure they're only not playing like Dimensional Barrier or whatever because they think this card also has applications in other matchups, right? Like, for example, the Black Goat Laughs is pretty good in the mirror match as well. Like, you play a Snake Eye mirror, you can just go Black Goat Laughs them. Next play uploaded the finals game of this tournament an hour ago. Link me that if you have it, please, because I don't know what next play is. I assume it's a YouTube channel, but I don't know what to look for. Oh, I need to remove the notification from yesterday. Hold up, because I'm seeing it still in chat. The wheel notification. Timers disable. Okay. It's their first video in 7 months. Yeah, I remember this channel name, but yeah, okay. Voiceless Voice. Anything interesting here? The measure the summon limit. Yeah, I don't see anything crazy here for Voiceless Voice. That seems very, yeah. All right. Tenpai Dragons. it's not that many cards, but I want to remind myself before we look at a replay of it, before we look at a replay of this, I want to quickly read these cards again because I did forget. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can take a Sanguine spell trap from your deck and either add it to your hand or set it. You can only use this effect once per turn. You take no battle damage from battles involving your dragon fire monsters once per turn during the battle phase. Quick effect synchro. Okay. On summon, add a spell trap during battle phase. Quick effect synchro. All right. Not too bad. Tenpai Dragon Fedora. If this card is normal or special or at the start of the damage step, if a monster battles, you can target a level 4 or lower fire dragon in the grave, special summon it. You can only use this effect once per turn. Your fire dragons cannot be destroyed by battle once per turn. Quick effect synchro. All right. Revives a level 4 or lower fire dragon from the graveyard on summon or at the start of the damage step. And then quick effect synchro as well. Okay. And here we have Tenpai Dragon Zongdora. Once per turn during the battle phase, you can quick effect immediately after this effect resolves. Synchro summon using this card you control. You can only use effect once per turn. If you control a fire dragon, special summon this card from your hand. At the start of the damage step, if a monster battles, you can special level 4 or lower fire from the deck except Tenpai Dragon Zongdora. Okay, I can see why. I can see why they would call this one with Black Goat Laughs, because it's pretty good. It also is, oh, this is the only tuner as well. Okay, yeah. Then we've got, this is the field spell, Brimming Sanguine Manor. Fire dragons are unaffected by activated effects during main phase 1. During your main phase, you can add a Tenpai Dragon from your deck to your hand, then discard one card. You can only use this effect once per turn. If this card is destroyed during the battle phase, you can target a dragon synchro. Its attack becomes doubled. So I think you're trying to pop this one with Trident Dragon to make it big and can attack multiple times. I'm pretty sure that's the plan. There's another spell that isn't a Tenpai card, but Sanguine Kaiman. If this card was activated outside of the battle phase, you only get one of the effects. If it's during the battle phase, you get both. Add a level 4 lower fire from deck to hand, or special fire from your hand. Okay. So if you're in the battle phase, you can add and then special the same thing. So that's a pretty good card. And then we have Trident Dragon, obviously. And we have Sanguine Rice Dragon Biden Dragon. If this card is synchro summoned, target a fire dragon in your grave, special summon it. Also can't special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except dragon. You can only use this effect once per turn. If 3 or more attacks have been declared this turn, quick effect, you can special summon this card from your graveyard. Then you can destroy one spell trap on the field. You can only use this effect once per turn. Okay. This one is a level 7 and it was a tuner. And then we have Super Dragon Transcend Dragon. If this card is synchro summoned, you can change all monsters to attack. All opponent's monsters must attack if able. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects during the battle phase. If 3 or more attacks have been declared, you can special summon this card from the graveyard, then you can destroy one card on the field. Okay. Once per duel, not turn. Are both once per duel? Oh, they're both. The revive is once per duel. Okay. Okay. So those are the cards. And so, yeah, once again, I'm reading these and I'm like, okay, they got some cool battle phase tricks up their sleeves. I just found it hard to imagine that they would actually like be able to do this through boards, right? That was my problem. In my head with this deck, it's like, okay, if you're gonna make this a classic blind second OTK over your board kind of thing, then you know how are you dealing with your opponent's board? But I guess this sort of approach that they're using here is that your opponent is not gonna have a board, right? Because you're playing literally 24 non-engine plus prosp. Right? Like, it's legitimately, this deck is more non-engine than engine. Like, it's just like you're trying to stop your opponent the hardest way possible and then just OTK them. Right? The other question is, what do you realistically, do you have a plan for when your opponent just says after game 1, yep, you go first? Like, what's the plan for that? There's Kaiser Coliseum. Seals pass, baby. I mean, unironically, yeah, that's probably it. They play Seals, and you just go Seals and pass on a bunch of hand traps. I guess that could work. Some are playing Heatwave. Heatwave could also work. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Hieratic Seals plus Kaiser Coliseum is pretty nasty. The question, I guess, is like, it's a little bit tricky, unironically, because like if you win game 1 and then do you expect your opponent to make you go first every single time, right? Like, what's the meta in that situation? Like, do you just auto assume your opponent is gonna let you start? Because sometimes maybe your opponent's still gonna go first. Depends, right? And it would be really bad to draw like Heatwave going second or Kaiser Coliseum, right? But yeah. All right. We've looked at the cards. And we have an example duel. I just want to try and understand what's going on here. I just want to try and understand what is happening. We've got sprites here based. Is that themselves on the playmat, by the way? Oh, they didn't draw a sprite monster, I believe. What's the situation on sprites in the OCG at the moment? Like, what's the limitations that they have? Everything is at 1? Holy. What is the glare on this graveyard, by the way? Oh, Angler. Okay. Okay, Angler got ashed, and we have Meow Mine. That's pretty good. That's a good extender here. What's the... Meow Mine is like, you can special this if you control a Link monster, right? And then if a Link, and then while it's in the graveyard or hand, you can like, if a Link monster you control is banished or sent to the graveyard, right? A Link 2, you can banish it to bounce a monster, I think. Right? That's what it was, right? So essentially, if you use IP or SP, you get another bounce. Alright, Gigantic resolved. Jetto. Shuffling the deck after adding Jet is crazy. Does he play 60? No, but like the OCG likes to like double or triple sleeve even. Like I've seen people like have 4 sleeves on their deck in the OCG. Like it's wild. I'm looking at these cards and I'm thinking like it looks like, I mean it's at least 2, but I think it might even be 3. Okay, so you summon a carrot with starter and then you link it off. into Mannequin Cat. Dude, sprites are dead. Let it go, brother. You just ended on IP Masquerena with a Mannequin Cat. The deck is done for. Nah, man, nah. It's Jover. Let it go. I hate to tell you, but okay, they top decked Imperm. Gonna Imperm the Masquerena, and oh my god, they're gonna die. Oh my god, it's Jover. Imperm the IP Masquerena, which also makes it so they can't trigger their own Meow Mine anymore. Uh-oh. Weird question, what does Tenpai do against Yubel? Since they float into 3 times you take the damage, I mean, I don't know. Okay, yeah, we've Impermed the IP Masquerena. Activate Tenpai field spell. Okay, add this thing, get drolled. I don't think that matters unless they have the quick play spell. I mean, it can matter. They have some cards that search. Okay, droll. Normal summon. This is the searcher. They don't get the search here. Special. The searcher can set? Yeah, but like it's a quick play spell, so... Does it kill under droll? I mean, we're about to find out. Gonna get like a sprite red, I assume? Oh my god, you picked up everything except for like 10 cards. Okay. Okay. Battle phase, attack Masquerena. How big is this thing? Bigger than 800, it seems. They're all kind of big, 15 to 17-ish. Okay. Okay, Meow Mine. Bounce. Do you die from this, or are they actually winning? Okay, crash this thing, which can now summon one from the deck, right? At the start of the damage step. You summon this, which could reborn from the graveyard, I think, but you don't have one in the graveyard at the moment. Right? That's the green one is the revive from grave one. So what's left now is like quick synchro. Meow Mine can activate in the damage step. I mean, they did. They did do that, right? Unless I'm mistaken, they attacked over the Masquerena. Maybe that was illegal. I'm not sure. Let me double check. I'm reading it. If a Link 2 monster you control is sent to the graveyard or banished except during the damage step. Yeah, I don't think that was possible. I'm pretty sure that was not a legal activation. Oh. Doesn't matter. I mean, it matters a little bit, no? Because now you wouldn't have had a discard for Super Poly if that didn't happen. You would have straight up died if it didn't happen, so it didn't matter. I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. Right, because this one was on summon or when it battles, right? This was if it's normal or special or at the start of the damage step if a monster battles. Okay, that's why they're crashing. And it doesn't die by battle because of its own effect. Okay. Quick synchro into this guy, which I believe revives one, which is this one. Yep. Pop. Good. Attack. Quick synchro into Trident Dragon. Yo, you're dead, brother. Holy. Oh, they're not even making OG Trident Dragon. They're just making... That's sad. I was hoping to see OG Trident happen. But I guess OG Trident Dragon is kind of overkill because like that thing, you don't even need that much damage. Like you're going over the top in that moment. Like you don't need to do that. Like I think the other one is actually, it might actually be better because as soon as you summon this thing, like your opponent just can't do anything anymore. Right? Sometimes you prosp. That is, on the one hand, very concerning. On the other hand, hilarious. The fact that you can play prosp in this deck is so funny to me. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Okay, the sprite player I think has chosen first. Fool. Swap Frog, discard Nimble Beaver. Interesting. Ronin. Click and echo. Click and echo spotted. Get owned. Oh my god, no! My brother Fossil Dino. Do we have an out? I mean, the video is ending in 30 seconds, so... Don't you just attack the Fossil Dino? Bro, we played into thrust as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. Alright, well. Alright, well. Yeah. I sent you another. I mean, is it against Snake Eyes? I would watch one only if it is against Snake Eyes, because like that'd be more meta relevant. It is? Okay. Watch the next play finals, but isn't that one the one you sent is with Ritual Beast, isn't it? Yes, based? No. We're not doing Ritual Beast right now. We're gonna do this one. I want to see how it deals with a Snake Eye board. Or like, you know, if they're actually just throwing hand traps at each other. Look at them activating their rare wanted, by the way. Cringe for a duelist. Can you move your mic out of... No, I'm not gonna let you make a screenshot so you can make a playmat like that. I refuse. I'm hiding. I'm hiding. You can't get me. I think they're hitting them with the shifter chain maxi technology. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. They even had called by. Oh lord. They're the best duelists to have ever touched the card game. Dude, no. Snake Eyes players down bad. Dude, they got... What was their hand? It's Effect Veiler, Imperm, Ash, and a starter, I'm pretty sure. No, did you see that? They got... Oh my god, they're the best. What the hell? They got Imperm, Ash, Veiler, and a Dragon Monster. Dude. Dude, they're an anti-meta Giga Chat. They don't even know the field spell. What do you put here? Like birch? No, poplar. Okay. Pass. Okay, so they summoned the reborn dude. Oh, they drew the fire guy as well. They're the best. But like, unironically, you guys have said earlier, like the deck is immune to hand traps, but like it's only immune to hand traps if you draw the field spell, right? Because they don't have it. Like they could get hand trapped in this situation, right? Kinda? Okay. You need like 3 stops to beat 2 Tenpais? Yeah. Okay, attack, special. Grab the thingy. Synchro Shokan. Let's go. Up. Up. Revive. Why aren't they just surrendering? Isn't it 1 at this point? I mean, I don't think they know what all the cards do, because they've picked up a bunch of them and read them. I think they're just trying to figure out what this deck does for the future games, which makes sense. Summon Trident Dragon! Thrilling gameplay. Dude, with another rare bonfire. Poor Tech W. Imagine cheap bonfire. Could not be us. 7 minutes. I wonder what's gonna happen. Fair enough. Spoilered. It's super? Okay. Regardless. They have Shifter again? No, they have Maxi again. Oh my god, dude. Imperm the Poplar. Alright. Ooh. I like that. Dude, he's got Maxi and Effect Veiler, man. Oh god, dude, nah. Don't ever show me double maxi when I talents you, dude. Oh, good lord. Well, he's taking the one starter away. Bro, how long are we shuffling for? What? Yo! Hello? Bro, hey! What? What was that? Why did you play into this maxi knowing they need to top deck a starter card? Huh? GG. No roll either. Oh my god. Yeah, enjoy your maxi, dude. You're dead. This is like infinite damage, right? Like, how much damage is this? Like, theoretically, like, you go quick synchro once into the level 7. How big is the level 7? 30k plus? That's insane. That's crazy. Because, like, okay. These two can quick synchro into the level 7 synchro. The level 7 brings one back on summon, right? So level 7 brings one back on summon. Those can attack again. Then you can quick synchro again, but this time using another one. You haven't revived with this one from the graveyard either, right? Do the synchros have the quick synchro effect as well? No, right? It's only so you have 3 synchros in the battle phase, right? You can synchro summon 3 times. But like, if you synchro summon with the level 7, this one, right? It goes into the graveyard and then it comes back as well from the graveyard. So it's another 2600. Nah, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. This is the full combo, right? This is the full combo that makes the level 10 synchro. And then you can make Trident Dragon to pop the level 10 synchro and the field spell. Double your Trident Dragon's attack 3 times with it. And then the other level 10 synchro can also come back from the graveyard again, right? So the level 10 synchro also attacks twice, right? Nah. Holy. That's nasty. The little dragons are not hard once per turn. Oh, can you quick synchro as often as you can revive them? Oh yeah, you can. Oh god. Okay. Yeah. Oh my lord. Okay. Whew. Okay. Yeah. That's crazy. Did Trident Dragon go up? You guys are talking about Trident Dragon right now. Trident. I have one because of Edison, which I'm very. Oh my. Oh yeah. Oh good lord. Oh no. Oh no. I have one. I'm pretty sure I have exactly one for Edison, for a random Edison deck. Um. Yeah. Surely it's gonna get reprinted. Ultra rare. Ultimate rare. Whew, I hope they reprint this. I hope they do. I hope they reprint this stuff. Long story short, this deck is better than I thought. Like, unironically, I did not expect, like, because there's always a difference between, like, reading the cards for the first time and then actually seeing them in action, right? Sometimes it's hard to imagine a deck in practice, but like that was astounding of how much it can do with just one card in the battle phase, right? Like they go into the battle phase with just like one of the guys and they just do so much with that, like just the red guy, for example, right? It's pretty it's pretty interesting, pretty strong, I want to say. White is OTK on its own. Yeah, like it's kind of wild. And I think that explains why it's also performing in this format, right? Which is it makes sense. At the same time, I don't like this fact, right? Like I think the reason why this deck is performing is two reasons. First of all, it's very efficient with very few cards, so it's got a lot of room for non-engine, and it's like basically I think that's the ideal it's got the ideal circumstances in the format right now, because Snake Eyes as a deck is like really powerful, but if you just hand trap it to death, they just pass. And if you have a deck that can literally just OTK with one card, that's pretty nasty, right? Is this the first blind second deck we've seen in a while? It's not the first blind second deck we've seen, but I would say it's the first one that seems like it's actually got something to it, like actual meta relevance. Like we've seen blind second decks in the past, but they would mostly be like gimmicks. And that's what I kind of was expecting this to be as well. But it's it doesn't seem like a gimmick. I'm gonna be honest with you. It seems pretty efficient, right? The mirror seems terrible. Everything about this gameplay is terrible. Don't get me wrong. Like, only because I'm saying the deck looks strong, I'm not saying it looks good or fun. Like, it looks, I guess if you're playing it yourself, it's kind of fun. But like the overarching idea of like, hey, I'm gonna throw hand traps at my opponent and then just resolve one card to win the game is pretty much exactly the same gameplay that I was criticizing of like like Mathmech, for example. Like Mathmech is pretty much the same, but like slightly different. And Snake Eye is turning in a very similar direction. Like um uh look at pinned. Hold up. Uh, uh Why can't we just watch OCG duels like a normal Twitch stream? Anyways, moving on. You were kind of quick with it, though. To be fair, I'll give you that. You were kind of fast with it. All right. Kind of a segue, I guess, talking about this sort of hand trap format in Snake Eye thing, because I do believe, even though Tenpai is just another deck like this, right? I do believe this is originally I think this is a Snake Eye issue at the moment, right? I think Snake Eyes is what's forcing the game to be so hand trap heavy. Like, it's just a matter of, if you are trying to play in this current format, this is true for both the TCG and the OCG, and I think that's a very interesting moment in time, because like OCG and TCG are usually never close to each other in terms of the formats, like not very close at least. At the moment, I would argue that they are as close as they haven't been in a long time, simply because the OCG is ahead by like one and a half core sets or something like that. But it doesn't really matter, because the most relevant cards are out in both formats. Like Legacy of Destruction, I think besides the Tenpai stuff, doesn't have many relevant things. So for the most part, we are in a very like similar situation together with the TCG and the OCG and Master Duel as well. Yeah, no, you're right, Chad. Like Master Duel is also somewhat similar, right? And yeah, how does Tenpai out Battle Fader? The level 10 says you can't activate anything, right? So if they have enough damage, they can just play around these sort of things by making the level 10 first. Anyways, I personally, I've said this before. I think Snake Eyes is an archetype that I thought was very promising when it first came out, when I saw what it did. Promising in the sense that obviously we knew it was going to be good, but I also thought it could be a quite enjoyable format. There's two major issues with it that I have at the moment. One of them, we can't really do anything about it anymore, and that's the pricing. The pricing, I think, is horrible for the current format. I think the second issue that I have is that I think Snake Eyes, if both players get to do their thing, is actually quite the fun mirror match. It's quite grindy. It's quite enjoyable also to watch or to play. However, I think the current approach that everyone is taking in the format is we're playing 18 hand traps, so you don't actually get to play the game. Like, it doesn't matter if you're playing the most interactive engine in the game. If everyone's goal is to not let you play the game with your engine, then that's not gonna matter, right? So that is something that I honestly, I am pretty disappointed by that. I am unironically pretty disappointed by the developments that the format has taken in the last couple of weeks, for us as well. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. Like, people are doing it for a good reason. Like, it's a good strategy in terms of like from the competitive aspect. It makes sense to play, to approach the format like this. But I am like, I'm still annoyed by it. I'm annoyed and I'll say it again. If this ends up being the only way to really approach the format, then I'm not going to enjoy it that much. I don't think it's going to be very enjoyable. So what we're going to do today, is we're going to try to build a version of Snake Eye that doesn't do that. And I'm going to take it to a regional on the Sunday, and we're going to see how it goes. And I'm not expecting it to be the best deck in the format, probably, but I'm down to try it. You never know if you don't try. I want to build a Snake Eye deck that doesn't rely on just throwing hand traps at your opponent, right? And we're going to see how it goes. Are you not worried about your list being public? A little bit. I will say, if I enter the tournament and then everyone knows that I'm not playing hand traps and then they're not playing around it, that could be a problem. At the same time, it is just a regional, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I wanna enjoy myself. I wanna enjoy myself, and I always think that like board breaker games are way more fun than hand trap games. So I'll try it. And we'll see how it goes. Like, yeah. It's fine. It's not a YCS level event. I'm down to experiment. If it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. It's okay. I wanna have some fun with Snake Eyes, and we're gonna try it like that. I have a couple ideas for it, and we can take it different directions. Obviously I've experimented with Snake Eye Runick already. That is an option, but it's not the only one. There's a lot of powerful board breakers that I want to try. There's like the Sky Striker package that you could play. So I have a lot of cards to talk about. We'll do that in a bit. I have my food ready now though, so let's quickly take a look at this thing that's been popping up, and people want my opinion on it, and we're gonna take a look at it. We have, speaking of Runicks, actually, I know that's a topic we don't talk about very often, so I feel like we should maybe look at it like really quick. It's usually Runicks are something that we don't really talk about on the channel, so people wanted my opinion on this, which is Stardust Runick, which has been popping up at like some French regionals over the last couple weeks. And this is what it looks like. Right off the bat, there's already a couple cards that I have no idea what they do. But we're just gonna jump into the... I hope it's in English. It doesn't look like it's an English video, but it's fine. We're still looking at it. Yeah, we'll take a look at it and see how it goes. It's got some interesting cards here. It's using Stardust Synchron, Assault Synchron, which I'm always down. There's a couple cards I need to look up before we go into it, though. Let me see. Yu-Gi-Oh card database. I will say one thing. I do think Runick cards, at the moment, they are decently well positioned in the format. I think there's a couple of really, really good targets for Freezing Curses, Flashing Fire, and Destruction in the Snake Eye deck. Like, Destruction on IP Masquerena is pretty good. Freezing Curses on Flamberge or IP Masquerena is pretty good. Flashing Fire on IP Masquerena is pretty good. You say this every format? No, I don't. Like, that's just cope. That's just chatting. You're yapping at the moment. Like, that is not true. I've said the very opposite in multiple formats in the past. All right. Card search. Then let me see. Samsara Dragon. Samsara Dragon. This card can be treated as 2 tributes for the tribute summon of a dragon monster. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target a level 5 or higher dragon in your grave, add it to your hand. Then immediately after this effect resolves, you can tribute summon that monster. So it's like a mini Seyfert. It's like a mini Seyfert that adds back a level 5 or higher dragon, and then you can summon it. It adds back a Bestial from your grave, essentially, in this list, I think, is all that it does. I mean, all that it does. That's all right. Gets you back a Bestial. All right. What else do we have? We have... What is this thing called? Something with C. Converging? Oh, Converging Wishes or something like that? Hold up. Converging Wills Dragon. That's the one, not Wishes. Okay. Converging Wills Dragon cannot be used as a synchro material except for the synchro summon of a majestic monster. This card's name becomes Majestic Dragon while on the field or in the graveyard. When you draw this card, you can reveal it, special summon it from your hand. Then, if you control a level 8 or higher dragon synchro, you can special summon a level 1 dragon from your deck. Okay, so is this just a high roll card? Like, you're trying to draw this with Fountain? Or do you have a way to guarantee it? Arrive in light puts it to the top. Okay, hold up. Arrive in light. Arrive in light. When this card is activated, place a level 1 dragon from your hand or deck on top of the deck. Neither player can return Stardust or a synchro monster that lists Stardust in its text from the field to the extra deck. If a synchro monster is special summoned, you can apply one of these effects, but you cannot apply the same effect of Arrival in Light again this turn. Draw a card or special a tuner from your hand. Okay, so you're placing it on top and then you need to perform a synchro summon to draw a card. Is this searchable? Stardust Synchron. Stardust Synchron. Okay. Okay, gist of it. Just in case any of you have already looked into it, am I getting this right? This is basically Runick Synchro, like any other Runick Synchro deck out there. You're trying to draw a Runick plus Stardust Synchron. And you're like, this one seems to be a brick. Let's call it a brick if it's not ideal to draw. This one seems to be a brick. This one seems to be a little bit of a brick. This one is a little bit of a brick. And Omni Dragon also seems to be a brick. And then Assault Synchron is okay, I guess. Am I seeing this right? It's like you have 3 tuning, 3 Stardust Synchron as your pairings with the Runicks. And then you have like some engine requirements. Right? Arrive can place from hand. Yeah, but that's still not good. That's still not good. But okay. All right. Yeah, let's look at it. I'm going to have my food while we look at the deck. I mean, we have the list already. I guess we can check if it's the same.
Salut à tous, on se retrouve avec Edouard le Prez qui finit 5ème WCQ de Rennes en jouant le meilleur deck, le deck de la secte VDSM Runick.
Eh oui, VDSM Runick.
Est-ce que tu peux nous montrer un peu ta masterclass en fait finalement, c'est ta création à toi?
Oui,
Subtitles? I mean, I can generate French subtitles.
Elle ressemble beaucoup, mais on a un peu plus d'insight aussi vu que c'est le Prez.
Exactement. Alors, 3 tuning en ulti, c'est très important parce que ça se propage.
Ouais.
En fait, voilà. Et en plus, c'est pas autre temps, donc tu prends. Souvent, si tu haches tuning, t'es un connard, donc voilà.
C'est pas une partout, donc vas-y,
voilà.
si tu haches tuning, il y en a un deuxième qui arrive.
Exactement. Stardust Synchron, le boss du deck, c'est ce qui fait tout fonctionner. Hein. Pourquoi? Parce que il va te tuto des cartes, hop, Arrive Night, et là. Activation, ça stack un dragon niveau 1. Le dragon en fait il va tuto de Bélion. Bon, je vais raccourcir le truc, mais tu verras dans la combo plus tard. Ensuite, en deuxième target synchron, on a Assault, la carte est incroyable. Elle te permet de donner une deuxième omni à ton board, et en plus.
You guys can stop spamming like French words in chat right now. It's not that funny.
Un extender qui est totalement gratos, donc voilà, on la joue. Ensuite, après ça, on a les PB Dragon. Donc ça, c'est ce que tu vas stacker avec Arrive Night. Il est très important. En vrai, si tu veux stopper le deck, tu une permute parce que du coup, t'as pas de boss.
Alors, c'est très bizarre d'un permute parce qu'il a déjà fait son effet,
ouais.
Mais il a un effet très important, c'est qu'il prend le nom et quand il a pas le nom, bah c'est très chiant.
Ouais, il peut pas faire shooting majestic, donc t'as pas le boss monster, donc en vrai, c'est pas déconnant de l'impermute.
Oui, voilà.
Ensuite, tu spé Samsara Dragon en target secondaire parce que lui il peut spam niveau 1 en plus du deck. Si t'as déjà draw l'autre target, tu vas spé Samsara dans l'idée pour avoir un extender en plus. Lui, en gros, c'est safe tu récupères un dragon de cimetière et en plus, tu peux extra norme.
I think it's the same list.
Un gros board gaz deuxième effet. Mais en vrai, le seul
Yeah.
c'est vraiment d'avoir un deuxième magnum.
Let's
En plus, tu te magnamus, donc en vrai. Parce que t'en as besoin dans le deck, mais en vrai tu vas les récupérer via la fontaine.
Okay, this is 2 Runicks plus the Stardust.
Ok, en draw phase, toujours pour jouer un peu autour de draw, même si le deck joue pas vraiment autour de draw en général. Hop, tu plugin, tu discardes une carte, tu récupères la fontaine, désolé, j'ai oublié d'attendre. Tu prends fontaine, classique, t'actives ta fontaine, c'est marrant. Tu donnes ton Stardust, un petit au cimetière, tu fais l'effet, tu vas tuto Arrive Night. Et là tu dis, tu vas l'activer maintenant ou pas? Non, tu l'actives pas. Alors, va faire une synchro.
Fais attention parce que Arrive Night, c'est pas optionnel de placer, faut faire
vraiment faire attention. Tu fais donc voir Dragon parce que bah t'as besoin d'un tuner et ensuite tu vas activer ta destruction, tu te fais guérir. Alors dans l'idéal, si vous aviez eu si vous aviez vu une type d'abord ou fontaine d'abord, là vous pouvez bloquer la fontaine pour récupérer la fontaine à guérir ou faire une deuxième activation de fontaine, mais là on n'a pas, donc c'est juste une draw 2 classique, tac tac.
On pioche de cartes.
On draw des cartes qui sont pas spécialement relevantes dans le reste de la combo. Là tu vas activer Arrive Night et tu vas pouvoir stacker ton deck avec le Converging Boost qu'il a.
Et si on peut placer plus la main.
On peut placer plus la main,
faut pas oublier ça.
C'est que sur la carte. En fait, 5/10, là on est refaire une pattern mais on n'a pas le droit, donc on va faire Rose Rose. Ici on a 2 triggers pour draw. Le problème c'est que Converging Boost c'est un. C'est un Wen.
Wait, Ruddy Rose? Why does it have to be Ruddy Rose?
Donc c'est un peu mis donc faites attention. On va juste trigger Coral parce que sinon on pourra plus le faire après. On va piocher, on fait l'effet, on va le spé, et quand ce spé il va spé Brotor, c'est le même effet. Donc voilà, on est ici. Effet Brotor il va.
Why can't it be Can't it be Baron? Why does it have to be a dragon? Which one locks you into dragons? Are we locked into dragons? The 11 synchro needs a dragon. Okay.
Ciblé converti. Oui, si tu veux discarder une autre carte random, tu as tuto ton hop, Bestial Lubellion. T'as Bestial Lubellion ici.
Et là, encore une fois, dans la combo, si on a déjà eu Lubellion.
Oh, I like that. This is cool about this. It searches Lubellion this way. Oh, that's nice.
On prend autre chose, voilà. Ou bien tu le spay, tu tuto rien parce que bah, t'as déjà tout ce que tu
Oui,
veux.
c'est déjà tout ce que tu veux.
Hop, tu fais ta petite 5 11. Là, ici, t'es protégé tout.
Si voilà, si le gars n'a pas interagi maintenant, il a gardé ses trappes.
Voilà,
Tout late.
Tout late, c'est fini. Lubellion est fait, tu vas prendre Magna est fait, tu vas toujours bannir convertible dans ce setup. Hop, tac. Et fais Magna comme d'habitude, tu fais Lubellion. Voilà, hop là. Tu fais Lubellion, tu vas chercher ta regain. Et là tu dis, mais en vrai, bon t'as regain, ta fontaine, machin, si t'as pas de runique en main, en vrai ton board pue un peu la merde. Je suis assez d'accord. C'est pour ça que là, on n'est pas là en synchro encore, on va faire un style. En vrai, le board insane déjà. Franchement, passer ça, c'est compliqué.
Voilà, le board déjà, on voit
Voilà.
aussi, c'est fort.
C'est fort, tu t'as un
Il y a
Magna
regain, il y a une gate, il y a ça, il y a fontaine, il a pioché 2 dans le sens où il a pioché des runiques.
Exactement, donc voilà.
Mais, c'est que le début.
En vrai, Stardust Runick pour ses bornes, on va sacrifier. Sacrifier style. Et fait style, tu vas les sacrifier, tu vas spé 1. Boum, qu'est-ce qu'on se fait? L'autre niveau 1, c'est pour ça que Samsara il est là dans le deck surtout, pour ce setup particulier, pour la combo en fait. Tu fais une 5 contre 5. Axel, qu'on a vu tout à l'heure. Ici tu vas trigger Arvinette pour draw parce que tu l'as pas déjà fait avant. Hop, tu dois une carte supplémentaire, c'est gratis. Ensuite, tu fais effet Axel, tu vas dump ton assault au cimetière pour monter son niveau 2-2, il passe niveau 7. Pourquoi? C'est important parce que bah, lui, on est fait rapide sur le tour adverse, plein de synchro. Et qu'est-ce qu'on a comme fusion niveau 3? Hop, on a Munin. Ah,
Et voilà,
c'est pour ça que Munin est là. Donc ici, c'est vraiment ton board, mais tu vas pouvoir faire encore plus de plus. Donc là, tu vas faire effet Samsara, tu vas target ton Magnum pour le prendre en main. Si tu veux être opti, en vrai, tu vas target Lubellion parce que lui, tu peux rebound sur regain, mais dans la majorité des setups, t'en auras sûrement plus qu'un bestial et tu préfères rebound l'autre, si t'as des spatter ou quoi. Donc tu reprends en main, comme ça en plus, c'est une interaction sur le tour adverse, c'est pas mal. T'as pas de regain, donc tu vas droit avec regain, tu vas mettre ça en sous deck, tu vas droit en plus. Donc là, dans le setup où t'as commencé avec 3 cartes, tu finis avec 5 cartes en main, dont un tuto de bestial qui arrive.
Voilà, en une phase, il y a le tuto du bestial, donc on est à 6, donc de bestial.
Seconde du bestial et peut-être une fontaine en plus si tu passais par fontaine, etc. Donc voilà, ça c'est le board. Ça fait pas de mine. Le problème c'est que en vrai de vrai, si tu joues contre ça, tu sais que si t'as pas genre 2-3 board breakers, t'as perdu parce qu'il y a trop d'interactions. Il y a trop d'interactions. Vous allez le voir si vous jouez le deck. Voilà, je vais pas vous les montrer, je vais vous laisser le découvrir tout seul, c'est mieux.
Et puis on se souvient, si on a un runique en plus qui a été pioché à n'importe comment.
It's so the way I see this, I don't think this is bad, by the way. I wanna preface this. It's not over. I mean, yeah, I get that. Just right off the bat. I don't think this is bad. You can play this in Master Duel. Can you? We could try it at some point. I just don't really see how I like what my problem with it is essentially like my problem with it is it suffers from the same problems that regular runic decks suffer from at the moment. Like in the current format, like your runic decks have all have the same problems. Like you don't have a lot of non-engine, you need to draw runics plus tuners. If you don't, it's kind of weak, all that, right? All have the same problems. This one on top of all that, I feel like this feels like Bestial Runick with like 5 bricks added into it. 4 bricks. Because I don't think Assault Synchron is a brick. I don't think Assault Synchron counts as a brick. But it's like, is it really that much better than Bestial Runick? I mean, the combo definitely goes over the top. You have an extra Omni. I mean, yeah, but like basically what I'm trying to say is that with Bestial Runick, I never had the problem of, hey, I need my end board to be better, if that makes sense, right? Like that's never been the problem. Right, the end board is fine. Like if I go first and I have my Cartesia Runick, Quem Runick rather, like it's not it's not really an issue, right? Not needing Quem makes it better for my wallet already. I mean, it seems like a solid. I mean, I don't want to call it a budget option because it has SP Little Knight, but it's like, how much is this deck? Like $200? It's not too bad. Like you need SP, this patter, 2 Lubellions. But yeah. Oh yeah, Axel Stardust as well. Yeah. But does this really need SP? Yeah. I honestly, I don't think, I mean, Runic decks were already good before SP came out, but like I have the direct comparison between Master Duel and TCG right now, SP Little Knight is crazy in Runic decks. Like I think you need it. I think you need it. But wasn't Bestial Runic more meta dependent than other Runic variants, or else Bestials are less impactful? I mean, I would actually say that Bestials are okay at the moment. Like I think Bestials are okay non-engine right now. They're good against Voiceless Voice, and I think they are surprisingly good against Snake Eyes as well. Like I think hitting either Link Karibo when they try to go for Savage Dragon, or hitting IP Masquerena when they try to go for placing it into the Spell and Trap Zone. I think Bestials are a little underrated against the fire decks. I think they're actually okay. I don't get that reference. Was that like 5Ds related? But thank you for the 26. "5D's Team Thong"? Okay, I'm not familiar with it. I'm not familiar with it. Yeah. The deck seems cool, though. Like, it's a cool deck. I just don't think it's better than Bestial Runic. Because, like, if you compare the two decks directly, like, Bestial Runic has the same number of starters, if not more. Like, because you can play 3 Quem, and then Cartesia or Ecclesia over the tunings. You can play some more tuners if you want to. You can definitely fit it all in 40 cards. You have almost no bricks. Like, the only card that you can consider a brick is, like, Bestial Aluber, which you don't have to play if you wanna, like, if you don't want to. And it's like, yeah. Oh, but better end board? Yeah, but you don't need that. That's my case. That's like, you don't need this. You don't need a better end board. It's not a bad... That doesn't make it bad, though. Only because it's worse than Bestial Runic does not make this a bad idea. I think it's still a pretty based idea. Runic is not good in this meta? I don't know. You didn't see the second combo? I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. But, like, listen, I've played Runic decks for so long. It doesn't rely on Runics at all to have a board. Well, that's not a benefit. Not relying on Runics is not a benefit in a deck with 16 Runic spells. It's okay to rely on a Runic to make a board. Like, that's not really... I don't think that's a benefit, right? I think this won more because of the surprise factor. I don't think that's the case. I think, like, we need to get this straight. Like, Runic decks are still powerful going first. Like, if this deck goes first, I'm pretty sure it can beat Snake Eye easily. The same is true, though, for Runic Bestial. The same is true for Runic Furhire. Even, like, other Runic Sprite variations. Like, if Runic goes first, it's a menace, this format. Because Runic decks are really good against hand traps. And I think that's the key advantage of Runic decks in this format. Like, people are playing a lot of hand traps, and a lot of Runics A lot of runic hands are really good into hand traps. Because you simply usually, like, if you draw runic plus your secondary engine, your opponent needs like 2 or 3 hand traps to stop you. And even then, you typically end on like runic disruptions or fountain up or something like that, right? Like, runic decks in principle are not bad. You just have to find a way to make it work going second. That's all. That's always what makes the difference between runic being a good deck in the format or not that good of a deck in the format. Right? But like, you can always enter a tournament with a runic deck and do well with it. Every deck now runs 3 cosmic in main or side. That's also not true. That's just not true. Like, it was a very popular card in the beginning. Right now, the pack list and all that, they go full on hand traps. They don't play any cosmics. Where did you find the regional for this week? I couldn't find current events for Germany on the Konami Yu-Gi-Oh website. It was just word of mouth. I just got told about it. People asked me, will you be there? And so I found out. I honestly, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know how to find it. Well, yeah. No Sleipnir. I know it's not mandatory, but should you run it if you do have space? I mean, if you have space, yeah. But like, it seems like they didn't have space. Okay, I have talked a lot, and I haven't actually gotten around to eating much of my food, so I need something else to react to. I'm in a predicament here. I want to finish my food, but we are out of reactionary content. What's been going on the last couple days that we can react to? We need my You guys want to watch Ritual Beast gameplay from the OCG? We could do that. Yes, okay.
皆様お久しぶりです。ネクストプレイの件です。今日ははい久々に実況解説していきたいなというふうに思います。左側がスネークアイ、右が霊獣の試合になりますね。で霊獣の継承からスタート。で霊獣の継承の効果で長老ですね。長老を見せて。
Dude, the glare is so bad. What is that, Elder? Shifter. Good.
いやーこれがね多分霊獣っていうデッキ結構分布で言うと、まあ、ちょっと復帰したてなんであれなんですけど少ないなとは思うんですけど、まあその霊獣っていうデッキを使う意味みたいなところで言うとやっぱりこのディメンションアトラクターがこう無理なく詰めるところとかっていうのもあるのかなというふうには思いますね。でコストレーラーを除外してでカンナホーク通常召喚でカンナホークの効果を起動ですね。でこれでもうモンスターが2体以上いるのでまあもうその融合体の
Guys, I can't see anything. Rarran latest video? Yeah, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, as fun as this may be, I can't see the cards, and even if I could see the cards, I don't know what they do. So, what is this Rarran video that you guys are yapping about? Hold up. Rarran.
If you're in this,
Rarran.
some of you might be.
I tried to become a great duelist in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 days ago. Okay. All right.
Wondering why I'm playing this game again, so let's talk about it real fast. If you didn't see last year, I played Yu-Gi-Oh for virtually the very first time, and the goal was to play it for 10 hours to try it out from a brand new player's perspective. But I quickly realized that after 4 hours, I didn't really want to play Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. And maybe it's just me, but I found Yu-Gi-Oh to be extremely overwhelming, and there was a bunch of different reasons for that. And I felt like it was worth making a video.
So, I remember this happening. We didn't react to it on stream because I think I was on vacation at the time. And the first time around he tried Yu-Gi-Oh, To me, it felt like he went into it with the I think the goal of that endeavor last year was never to actually learn and evaluate Yu-Gi-Oh. It was like just from the get-go. I feel like the attempt was just to like make fun of it, which was my issue with it at the time. Like, and I'm not saying that Yu-Gi-Oh isn't hard or overwhelming. It absolutely is, but I felt like at least the tone of the video was like I don't know, incredibly negative from the get-go. But yeah, I don't know if this is meant to be like a second try, a second attempt, and taking it seriously this time. But the first one, I wasn't a big fan of the approach, let's say, which is actually not saying that Yu-Gi-Oh isn't very complicated, because it is. But yeah.
That basically talked about the issues that I had as a brand new player trying to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! But oddly enough, I made a pretty big impact in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, and I didn't even really mean to, but people took it as I was just trying to make a video to piss off the community, which I think is a pretty fair perspective, considering that I was basically just shit talking Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of how difficult it was getting into the game. But the reality is, I just want to be more than a Hearthstone content creator, because then I tried Magic, Runeterra, Pokemon, and I didn't have any of the issues that I had with Yu-Gi-Oh! In any one of those games. And in fact, I could play all of them for more than 10 hours, which brings us back to why I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Once again. The main criticism that I received from that Yu-Gi-Oh! video is I actually didn't give the game a fair chance, which I think in hindsight is completely fair, because I was just trying to have fun with the game, not actually trying to become good at it.
Yeah, so that was my issue too. That was my issue with the first one. However, I do absolutely agree with the criticism of like all these other games that he mentioned. I know how to play all of them, like Pokemon trading card game, Runeterra, Magic. All of them, I think, are more fun in the very beginning. Like it's definitely more fun to learn those games. I think with Yu-Gi-Oh, learning Yu-Gi-Oh is not very fun, whereas in other games I think it can be very fun. In Yu-Gi-Oh it's more frustrating than actually fun. Yu-Gi-Oh becomes fun once you have learned it, and I do think that is a problem. And I also think it's hard to blame Rarran for not seeing that, like from the get-go, right? It's hard to see how the game could be if you would understand it, right? Like it's yeah. We haven't built the deck yet. No, we're doing it after this, because I'm having lunch right now. So
last time I played Yu-Gi-Oh, a lot of people had an issue with me, basically of saying, oh, well, you didn't take enough time to actually learn the game, because people thought that I wasn't actually legitimately trying. But this time what I'm going to do is something a little bit different. Instead of going in with a new player perspective, why don't I try something completely different? My plan was to use something I like to call the League of Legends perspective. The way that I learned League of Legends was by playing one champion and learning the game through that champion. And I would imagine the same philosophy would work really well with Yu-Gi-Oh. So I decided to message a content creator for Yu-Gi-Oh, Farfa, to ask him what the best deck I could play as a brand new player. See, one of the issues I had last time is I let my chat pick the deck I should play, and that wasn't a great decision. So I felt like Farfa was a much better person to go to, because he could maybe understand where I'm coming from.
Going to Farfa, huh? Okay.
And luckily for me, he recommended a deck called Sword Soul, which coincidentally was also being given away for virtually free with a promotion that Master Duel was doing. So shout out to Farfa for not only guiding me, but basically giving most of the cards for free. After getting the deck, I went online to look up a guide for Sword Soul, and I found this one. So I've been making this deck. The only question I have for you, chat, what's the fastest way of getting ultra rare dust? Do I just buy packs? Unfortunately, I did have to buy packs, so I spent $30 to get enough ultra rare dust to complete a deck that I found online, even after all of the cards I got for free. But I was
okay. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure if you make a completely new account, you get the free Sword Soul deck. I'm pretty sure you don't need to spend any money if you just wanna build Sword Soul. Technically, I think it is the fastest, because it's like 2 clicks, spend some money. It's faster than going like through some of the solo modes. But Like it's probably, you can get that for free, but that's nitpicking. It's whatever.
Wasn't worried. I feel like even Yugi had to spend some money in order for him to become a great duelist, so this was worth the price. First, you play this Tenpai Spirit Ashuna's effect to special summon itself on the field. That card is this card, which says if you control no effect monsters, you could special summon Link summon Monk of the Tenyi, which is that card. After the deck was built, I spent a significant amount of time to actually learn how the deck is played. I read the guide multiple times, tried to figure out what the cards in my deck were for combos, but most importantly, I went against AI to practice them. I wanted to make sure before I even fought against a real player, I had a foundation on how the deck actually worked. If you control no effect, okay, wait, is this part of the effect? I have infinite time, right? Normal summon Sword of Mogi, but I don't have the Sword of Mogi. Okay, so then that means
So this is a better approach to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! For sure. So I'm liking that you're taking this time, right? However, I will say that the fact that people have to do this to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Is maybe could be considered a problem in itself, right? Like maybe that is a problem that we need to talk about at some point, right? Like that is concerning. I think that's concerning because I think that is not, I'm trying to put myself into the perspective of someone who is not like me, right? Who is not already super deep into competitive games and especially card games. Because for me, if I want to play a card game, this would always be the approach. Like I would always go min-max and look online on resources and all that kind of stuff. I think the majority of people aren't like that though. The majority of people would just try to pick up a game casually, play it a little bit, see if it's fun, and then if it's fun in the beginning, then they would go harder and maybe eventually get into this sort of try-harding stage, right? The problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that you have to basically try hard before you're even hooked, right? The problem I see with this approach is that nothing is showing the fundamentals of the game. I think that there needs to be a better way of onboarding new players that layers mechanics over time. I have a whole demo lesson plan built because of it. Yeah, it's a rough question, dude, because like to me, this sort of thing was just always very natural, like because I've done it in real time. Like I've learned Yu-Gi-Oh! In real time. Like literally I learned new mechanics as they came out, as they were released. I can't even put myself into the position of someone who needs to learn all of that at the same time. So it's very hard for me to judge on what would be the best way to do that, right? Like, because I had like, you know, I had years to learn Xyz, synchros, then years to learn Xyz, then so on and so forth, right? Like it was step by step, right? And it's just like, it's very hard for me to judge how it like I can understand how it's overwhelming because, and I'll be honest with you, this sort of thing of like being overwhelmed with information, that sort of stuff still happens to me to this day when a new Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck comes out, depending on how complicated it is. I mean, go back last week, watch me play Infernoble for the first time, like, and if I'm struggling like this, right? If I'm struggling like this, imagine someone who hasn't played this game at all yet, or is new to it, or hasn't been playing this game for 20 years or whatever, like I have, you know, like imagine them picking up Infernoble for the first time, right? I know Infernoble is like harder than other decks, like it's probably on the scale of like complicated decks is like up there, but still, it just goes to show no matter how long you play this game for, overwhelming information like is one of Yu-Gi-Oh's core problems, especially when it comes to attracting new players, right? The thing with Yu-Gi-Oh is just that if you overcome this sort of stage, it's very, very fun, right? Like, and that is the thing that people that is why we still get people, right? We don't have the problem that like player numbers are declining. Like Yu-Gi-Oh isn't dying, right? That's not what I'm trying to say. Yu-Gi-Oh is very like alive and kicking and all that, right? And new players are finding their way into the game. I love this game, and I'm just worried about like I want more people to do it. I'm wondering if we could even have more people join, if we could even have it thrive even more, right? So that's why I'm having this discussion, not because I actually think it's gonna like the game is gonna die or something like that. I think that's not the case. That couldn't be further from the truth. But I think like if we can find a way to attract even more people to the game, I think we should try and like look into that.
We're gonna try the first combo, which I also do not. So I feel like I need to play this then in order to get the card for my deck. I'm gonna try this first and we'll go from there. Do you activate this card's effect that includes any of these effects? Well, that didn't fucking work. Let me restart this. For the record, this is literally what this stream's gonna be. You guys can Keck W all you fucking want. Okay, that lets me get the Mo Yi. Mo Yi, more problems. Nice. Okay, we're cooking. Normal sword summon Mo Yi. Okay, and activate his effect to reveal the worm monster in your hand. I don't know if I have a worm monster in hand. Hold on, I might have cooked. I'm actually laughing at this footage now because after completing the challenge, it's really funny to see how far I've actually come. But I'm really glad that I took the time to read this guide and just played against a bot for a significant amount of time. Learning this basic combo actually helped me out for the entire rest of the challenge. And most importantly, I didn't feel like I was lost the entire time. That was learning the combo. That's all I wanted to do with that. Well, I guess one of the combos. It's obviously gonna take a little bit longer for to understand the whole deck, but we'll get to that later. So I'm doing ranked to basically see if I understand the combo. Now for context, I probably looked at that guide in practice for about an hour and a half. And to my surprise, I think it really helped. I get you. Wait, do I have a worm in hand? I do, right? So we summon you. We activate your effect. I show him this
Dude,
card.
have we gotten Math Mech
Face-up
comboed?
position.
That's unfortunate.
We special summon this guy, right?
Leave the game.
Check. Yes, and then
While you still
This
can.
allows me to play this in the front position. Even though I was still reading the guide to perform this combo, I was performing the combo against a real player for the very first time in a ranked match. And I do find it a little absurd that I had to spend over an hour just to kind of feel comfortable with a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, but I can't argue, it did feel really good. Because that seems better. We then play you. I don't know if I did that. Wait, did I do that wrong? No, I did that right. You and then you.
How is this absurd? I think this seems absurd if you're looking at it from the perspective of a mana based card game player, right? Like, because I know Rarran mostly plays Hearthstone. In Hearthstone, I don't think it's outrageous to just copy a deck, look at the cards maybe for 10 minutes or something like that, or maybe not even look at it at all, and just jump into the game. You're not going to play it well, right? You're not going to play it well, but you are going to be able to play, right? And like the mana progression system filters out a lot of decision making in the early turns. Obviously, like sequencing your cards right and saving your resources. I'm not saying there's no skill in it. There's a lot of skill in it, but the skill of selecting which card to start with, for example, completely gets eliminated if you like turn one mana, no card in your hand, costs 1 mana, so obviously pass turn, right? Draw your hand. There's one card that costs 1. Well, you're probably gonna play that one on turn 1, right? You have 2 true drops in your hand. Your decisions on turn 2, literally like binary, right? Play that or play that, right? And so like from that perspective, I think there's a lot more learning by doing in those kind of games, right? Like you just like you hop in, you do what you can, and you see if it works or if it doesn't work, and you like learning along the way, learning all that. Like that's much easier to do in those games than it is in Yu-Gi-Oh. And I think there's another big deal that I think is I don't think people have talked about this. I haven't heard that argument before, but like when it comes to online simulators, when you compare Yu-Gi-Oh to others, like Hearthstone, for example, because Hearthstone is like more turn-based and Yu-Gi-Oh is way more focused on the early turns and doing a lot in one turn, you have less like downtime. Like if you're going first in Yu-Gi-Oh, you have to know what you're doing right away. As a new player, you can't take the time to read the cards in your hand. If you're playing Hearthstone, even if you don't know what your cards do, like you can just play your 1-drop, pass turn, and spend the time that your opponent is taking off the clock, like you can use that time to read your cards. Like you draw a new card, you do your turn, you pass, you have time to read your cards over and over and over again. Like in Yu-Gi-Oh, you're expected to do all of it like immediately, right? And I think that also plays into that, right? Plus that the cards have more text, right?
You get played here. Yes. No. Then we do this. Can I kill this? I can. No. What just happened? Oh no, what'd I do? What was that? You got one monster you control and 2 cards your opponent controls to destroy them. That could be really good. Okay, so if I want to battle, can I hit this? I'm testing this for science. I can. And then I don't want to do this. Is that my turn? Okay. I think this is lethal. Isn't he at like 3,000 attack? Isn't this guy fucking huge? Oh my god, I just ate this man's ass for breakfast, bro. It's not even the start of the day yet. Oh my god, bitch. Holy shit. I know this is like the lowest rank possible in Master Duel, but it felt really good to win my first game after training for so long. I'm sure Yugi would look at me as I am one of the greatest duelists of my generation. And the future was looking bright because for the very first time playing this game, I felt really good about it. And I finally got a glimpse of what makes this game so fun. Doing your combo is absolutely euphoric. And yeah, I'm definitely not in the higher echelon of players in Yu-Gi-Oh where my mistakes will be punished, but for the time being, I was genuinely having a pretty good time, and I couldn't say that at all the last time I played Yu-Gi-Oh. A card is banished. You can banish 1 card each from both your opponent's field and graveyard. Yeah, okay. Love to see it. I think that's
you see, we're getting there, and I think this is the part where Yu-Gi-Oh starts getting fun. Right. The problem is the part before that, and it's not even that long that you're like super confused and frustrated, right? But it's always the first one. You have to get through this like initial effort to at least understand somewhat what's going on, right? You don't need to know every single card to start playing the game, but you need to know some of what's going on, right?
Over, bitches. Let me ask you guys a question, chat. What rank would I have to achieve in this game for you guys to think that I'm not bad at this game anymore? If I hit diamond, would you guys be like, wow, he's good at this game? Yes. Yes. Okay. After my first day, I was having fun. I wanted to play more, and now I have a goal. The goal of getting diamond in order for me to feel like I am not the worst player at this game anymore. But most importantly, that I gave it a fair shot this time, because I don't think it's possible to get diamond not reading your cards. The only thing I've done off stream since the last time I played on stream, I played this game. This guy conceded literally on turn 1 and I was popping off. Last time I played Master Duel was what, Saturday? So today's Wednesday. It's been 4 days since I played it. Let's see if I still got it after 4 days. Starting off in day 2, I was a little rocky with the combo. Even though it's only been 4 days, it's like I forgot the combo just a little bit to lose more often than win. But after the first 4 games, I definitely pulled it together and I went on a little spicy win streak. Like when you click blue eyes and he's like, what the fuck? I think probably the most important thing about the second day, other than just winning a lot, is understanding where I made a mistake. Oh, I can sacrifice this card. Hold on. Oh, wait, I said it though. I said it. I should have played it like an actual human being. Okay, It's fine. This is all learning. It's all fucking learning. It's fine, dude. I'm kind of popping off here, dude. Like we had a little bit of a rough start. Like I started here. I lost 3 games in a row, but then I only lost 1 more after, and I kind of just blew my ass, or blew everyone out of the water, right? Blew their ass. Blew their eyes. Anyways, even after being very successful for day 2 and reaching the gold rank, I felt like I was still missing something very important to maximize my potential with this deck. In almost all the other card games I have played, usually around the gold rank is where you start actually min-maxing and just optimizing your play patterns in order for you to climb to the highest rank. The thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is that there are so many cards and nuances to every deck you go against that the barrier of getting better at the game is very very intense. And that was one of my biggest criticisms with Yu-Gi-Oh! Last time I played it. It is a very overwhelming experience. Even though I do think chat isn't always the best teacher at some points, without them, I think I would be genuinely lost. So shout out to chat. But it was time to take my gameplay up to the next level, and I decided to do something rather drastic. Tomorrow, Farfa will be on the stream. He's gonna take me up to the next level. I needed the training arc first before I talked to Farfa, you know what I mean? Now, for the people who don't know, Farfa is basically the main content creator other than MBT that reacted to my Yu-Gi-Oh video. So having Farfa as my actual teacher to learn Yu-Gi-Oh is kind of a redemption arc for me, but it also gives Farfa the opportunity.
Okay, so you gain Farfa. You gain Farfa as your coach, but you also lose Twitch chat completely, as literally being proven right now with my Twitch chat. Like, as soon as even the word Farfa enters the chat, like, Twitch chat is gone, right? So, yeah.
To teach me Yu-Gi-Oh! And show me that this game can be very enjoyable.
You're sacrificing your Twitch chat in order to get
I don't know if you saw. I'm kind of gaming on this game
as a
now.
coach.
Game this game. Okay.
I am strictly the card gamer now. How good are you at Sword Soul?
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to like flex too hard, but I got top 16 at my national championship with it when the deck was at its peak. So.
Okay, top 16 sounds really, really good. Congratulations, first and foremost. I hit gold. The goal for the end of probably like this week for me is platinum. I did know
UK Nats Kek W. I meing, you guys are Kek Wing and Wawing, but like Farfa is actually like not bad at the game. Like it's like, especially for teaching a new player, Farfa can definitely do that. 100%. And UK Nats is also, yeah, not the smallest event out there. Like that's a respectable accomplishment.
Noticed yesterday there is a lot of combinations I am not aware of. I am familiar.
Has Farfa topped the Nats more recently than you? No, I topped last year. Farfa topped in 22.
With the Mo Yi strategy, that one seems to be pretty common. Seems to be really, really
you got
good.
that one down.
But
nice.
it's like, I think they're called tennies.
Okay, the tennies are tripping you up. All right,
Yeah,
that's
so-
fair. They are that's the extra layer of complexity in Sword Soul is the tennies. That's true.
Okay, so the tennies is where I'm gonna need you to come in, because at this point in time, I feel like I'm pretty okay with just getting the Mo Yi combo out. But this is the next stage in the training arc, because I don't want to read or watch a 40-minute video about how to do the tenyi things. This is why you're here, hopefully.
That's fair. Okay, sure. Well, so I had an idea. I figured that maybe you do like I was gonna suggest maybe you do like one duel like completely unaided, and then I can just sort of pick up on like what it is you're doing wrong or struggling with and not seeing, and then maybe review it afterwards, or
whatever you feel like is necessary for me to get better at this deck. I'm all about it. The goal basically by the end of this is that you give me enough knowledge that it will carry me to the next rank.
what, you have 11 extra deck cards?
For what it's worth, Emra picked up Sword Soul and he also struggled with Tenny. Yeah, but Emra is also just like exclusively summoning Robina and activating Martha these days, so
This is definitely not how I would play the list.
The first thing Farfa suggested was updating the deck a little. The deck that I found from the guide wasn't very optimal, so we added a few cards to make the deck even better. This is very important to note because this is the deck that I use going forward. Does
Alright,
the
good
deck
enough.
play any different now?
11 extra deck. I mean, unironically, starting the game with just the most essential extra deck monsters is not that bad. It's not that big of a deal. The same thing, like you guys are Kek Wing at 43 cards in the deck or 42 cards in the deck. Like that is unironically like so irrelevant if you're trying to learn the game. Like that is a level of min-maxing. That's a level of min-maxing that you don't need to do in the beginning. Like unironically. That is not necessary whatsoever, chat.
That we've added these cards.
Because you've added Yazi, there's like a neat little line that you can do when you make a Synchro 7. So typically that's going to be long one and an Adhara. So when you Synchro the... Okay, so first of all, do you remember what all of your cards are? Let's try to remember what all of our cards do in the main deck, right?
The mistake is when you ask Farfa the coach. Listen, stop fucking hating on this, all right? At the end of this tunnel, not only am I going to be a great Yu-Gi-Oh player, but Farfa is going to be an excellent teacher. This is basically it. Cup of
I
base,
mean, you
toss a
can ask
coin to
this
play
if
this
you
card.
want, if you're feeling unlucky.
No, you're fine. I'm going to let him have this. Let him let this have this. Did he get this?
No, you should have asked it. Okay, so let's work on some game sense, right? So the first thing you want to do when you join a duel is hit the middle mouse button.
Oh,
so when you hold it down, you can see a bunch of information on the screen, right? So you can see that they have X number of cards in hand. You can see how many cards they have in there. What
First thing you want to do, I never
the
do
hell is
this.
that? So when you join a game, the first thing you should do is check how many cards your opponent's playing. Depending on how many cards they're playing, it could give you like a rough idea as to like what deck they're playing.
Even though people would call Farfa a bad teacher, I think he did a really good job. And honestly, after this stream, I was more confident than ever that I could at least get Diamond in Master Duel. Every single game.
I mean, this is probably just people min-maxing too much on Farfa, like being nitpicky. I'm pretty sure like he's competent enough to teach the fundamentals of swords. I didn't see this stream, so I can't really see, but like it seems like
I at least took something away, or I got slightly better at a combo that I wasn't super efficient at yet.
All right, your opponent's making you start here. That's making me nervous. They won the dice roll.
They won. They got the pick. They got the pick. Okay, so
Okay,
going
this
first,
is
we want to
concerning.
summon Mr. Baron, correct? Or Mrs. Baron.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, if it was me, I would pass against someone who's just making you start.
All right,
But
we're gold though.
if
We're gold.
I mean, gold is where everyone's playing Makanko, but sure.
I don't know what the fuck that
all
is.
right.
Is that good?
So, okay. So how would you play this turn out?
Great question. We could just go with the Long Young, but that's not actually going to be the case, right? We want to actually, couldn't we just go with Long Young? Long Young gets me the Baron immediately, but we want to use more of our cards here, correct?
Yeah. So the reason I wouldn't start with Tai is because you don't have anything in the graveyard yet to set him up. So I would definitely lead with Long One here. Now, what would you discard?
Great question. Is it this one?
Yeah, because your Tenyis all have good effects in the graveyard.
Okay, perfect.
I mean-
And here I would probably just okay, so we've already got Adhara, we're gonna get the thing back in rotation. I would probably just send it. Kind of just doesn't matter. Vishit is fine.
Okay.
So here I would go into. Okay, your opponent's
Oh,
just
we
gonna
just
skip.
game. All right, okay, let's go.
Okay, so what would you add off of Chisao here in this situation?
Long Young, because he helps me get another synchro next turn.
So you wouldn't be able to summon another guy this turn, but the question is like, do you
know what
want
I actually would
follow
get?
up?
Sorry, my apology. I would actually get the green spell. I forget what it's called. The one that pulls.
Emergence?
Yeah, the one that pulls
cool.
something in
Well,
my
there's
hand.
like two ways to do it, right? Because you could probably get like the spell for follow-up, or you could choose to get the trap card, Blackout. Do you know what Blackout does?
Blackout defends my stuff, right? Like I sacrifice something and then it gets rid of 2 of their cards.
Yeah, exactly. But because you have, in that scenario, you would have used Adhara to add back Ashuna. You already kind of have follow-up, so I would have just got the defensive card. I would have got Blackout in that scenario.
And one of the great features of Master Duel is watching a match you just played so you can VOD review the replay in order for you to get better at the deck, which we did a lot during this stream. This was a really good learning experience, especially if you're somebody who wants to be learning the deck that I played. I would heavily recommend you go watch this stream. Also, that reminds me, everything I have posted in this video is on stream live on the YouTube channel. So if you want to see everything that I did up until this point, feel free to go watch.
The other option is like literally just telling you what to do and then watching the replay. But for me personally, I don't learn like that. If someone is just telling me the plays, I'm not learning anything. I need to know.
I do agree with you. Yeah, as much as I don't know why your chat gives you so much shit for being a teacher, because you're actually good at it. You ask the question rather than just saying what to do, which is a big deal.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
At least I have to think on why you're asking me the question, right? It's a huge aspect of learning. There's no way I'm gonna be fucking good at this for a while. It's just important to do the reps.
I mean, you're doing really, really well. It's just like you just don't know some of the combos because you've just never been taught them. And finding information in this game can be kind of an uphill battle.
I'm gonna take what you taught me today.
You remember like some of the.
I mean, it's hard for me to add to this, honestly, because I'll repeat what I said earlier. This is a good approach to learning Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Finally, like as opposed to the first time he tried to play it, this is roughly how you would do it, right? Like take one deck, take the time to learn the cards, learn the lines, all that. Then once you're ready, go into the game, even rewatch some of your games, try to figure out what you did wrong, what you could have done better, even get someone to teach you, right? It's a good approach on how to do it, right? And it's like it's giving Yu-Gi-Oh a fair shot. And I'd be surprised if he wasn't able to make like diamond with that, like at that point. Like if you're actually trying like this, you can get into it, right? And that is the sort of positive takeaway, because no matter how many barriers of entry there are, which I mean, we have talked about that, right? There are huge barriers of entry towards Yu-Gi-Oh, but they are not they are not huge to the point where you can't overcome them. They can be dealt with. You can still get into this game. It is possible. You just need to set your mind to it. You need to get to a certain point where I think the process actually starts getting fun. Because I think initially at the very first instance, I don't think it's that fun to learn Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think that is the core problem. I think once you get to a certain point, like where he's at the moment, I think from what I'm seeing, I think that's where it starts becoming like a fun experience to like figure out, you know, know what's going on, right? And then figure out how to actually do it and how to improve.
Fundamentals, which is your Boxia play and your Tenyi plays, which is, I guess, what you wanted to focus on.
Well, okay, so the Tenyi plays is a big deal, but what I'm gonna do is next time I play this game, I'm gonna take what you said to me today and apply it as much as I possibly can to just learn the ins and outs of the combo, because that's the next step. That's what I needed you for legitimately, because there's no way I would have understood half of this. I appreciate you coming, man. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Oh, dude, the honor is mine. Thank you.
Because of Farfa's excellent teaching, I was feeling very confident after that session. It was 3 hours of learning the ins and outs of the deck, and I was pretty confident to start playing off stream and climb. And that's exactly what I did. I got platinum, chat. Everyone clap. Everyone clap for platinum, okay? Platinum is great. Honestly, I'm really glad I made it this far. If I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys, I didn't expect to make this far. Now we're gonna go for diamonds.
Isn't plat just the one under diamond? Aren't we almost there?
I don't know if I can get diamond by the end of today, but the goal is to get diamond. I'm still playing the same deck. It's the same deck that Farfa showed me last week. I'm not changing it. I'm gonna say something. I have played enough Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think I've given it a fair enough chance. Going second in this game might be the worst gaming experience I've ever had. Thank you for listening, my time. That's the only thing I gotta say. Dude, like, let me tell you a story, okay? I'm playing this game on my iPad, like with my girlfriend downstairs because I was trying to get platinum. And I literally said to myself, if I'm going second, I'm gonna go make some food. I was gone for 5 minutes and the guy was still playing the game. Not maybe not 5, but 4 minutes. And I couldn't do any actions because I had nothing. Another one of my biggest critiques from the previous video of Yu-Gi-Oh is going second feels absolutely miserable. In every other card game I have played, going second doesn't feel nearly as bad because your opponent just can't win sometimes going first. In Yu-Gi-Oh, if you're going second and depending on the deck that you have, if you don't have the hand traps to deal with what your opponent is doing, there's a pretty good chance that you could just lose the game. And it goes.
This is fair criticism for some formats. This is genuinely fair criticism for some formats. It's not always true. It's not true for every game. It's not true for every format, but it is definitely like these, like it's valid criticism.
Without saying,
what is this field? This is world's this is the world's field.
Not the best Yu-Gi-Oh player, and I'm not claiming to be, but just from a player experience, it does feel really bad. It's also really important to note that I don't think just because you are going second,
so essentially, and this is something that is very, very true for Yu-Gi-Oh, more so than I think sometimes other games. This sort of stuff, this sort of gameplay happens, and in these formats, these formats are unfortunately much more about the deck building process than the actual gameplay process, right? Like and if you can't solve it with deck building, then the format is just bad, right? And we do have that. We have bad formats. Other games have bad formats too in different ways, you know, like a bad Hearthstone format is not because like the games are being decided on turn one, but like there's other factors that can make like a Hearthstone format bad, or like a Runeterra format bad, or a Pokemon TCG format bad. Like there's factors that can make card game formats bad. Like it's always going to be dependent of when you pick up the game. But like specifically for Yu-Gi-Oh, I think the going first is like its biggest weakness of why formats have been bad in the past, right? I will give them that.
Automatically lose a game, but luckily for me, a lot of the games that I was playing on stream climbing through platinum did go beyond just turn 1 and turn 2, and some of these games felt really good. While this synchro summon card is on your field, your opponent cannot activate effects. I mean, let's do this. Sure, that sounds better than this, to be honest. They got nothing. Need Warmup this card. Well, I needed to show him a sword soul card.
X Chaos and J to the C, thank you guys for the subs and also the kind words. I appreciate you. Thank you
for Long Young, right? Hold on, we're so back. Can I play this now? Oh my god, I'm gaming. All right, who's bigger? You look pretty big. Yeah. Okay.
Essentially, I think, I mean, if you want my like proposed solution or something like that, I think Yu-Gi-Oh is like at its best at the moment, modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because I don't want to say like, oh, let's go back to how it was back in the day. I don't think that's the solution, but I think Yu-Gi-Oh is in a good spot when the decks uninterrupted make boards of like the level of, I don't know, Unchained maybe. Sword Soul is also a decent example, right? Like if those are the kind of boards that people make uninterrupted, then I think Yu-Gi-Oh is good, because the boards are not so powerful that you need to draw hand traps to stay in the game, right? Like there are certain decks where if you don't have a hand trap, you will just not win the game, and I think that is the problem, right? That is the problem. You need decks where that needs to be the benchmark, right? That needs to be what decks do when they go first, right? They can special summon a decent amount. They can make multiple summons. I don't take any issue with that, because that is modern Yu-Gi-Oh. That's never gonna change. We just need like the level of end board that people make needs to not automatically win the game if it's not met with a hand trap, right? Like I said, the two examples that I was thinking of, like, you know, Unchained, Sword Soul, like if that's the type of boards that people make uninterrupted, then you're not forced to play hand traps. You can, but you don't have to. And then you get a solid back and forth, I think, no matter what happens.
This is lethal.
Because I don't think I have ever stared down a Sword Soul board, disregarding Protoss. I've never looked at a Sword Soul board and went like, yeah, I can't play this. Like that has not happened. If that happens, you're bad. Your board is just bad. Unless they flip like a floodgate, but then it's not the same example, right? Like, but like just like Baron Shishao Blackout Pass, like I've never played a game where I would just scoop it up and it wouldn't even be worth trying, right? That just doesn't happen.
All right. I don't know if that was the correct way of doing it, but whatever. Even through all of the games I have played and the training I received by basically a pro Yu-Gi-Oh player, I'm still making mistakes. And I don't know if that's a skill differential on my part, just being not a great Yu-Gi-Oh player,
Quantal mentioned,
or the game is insanely complicated. But I just want to say I have a huge respect for people who play this game at the highest level, because even though I can confidently say I can understand the basic combos I need to do with my deck, sometimes I go against a brand new opponent who's running cards I have never seen before, and my entire strategy is just shattered. There is so much to learn in this game. It's absolutely...
I'm glad he used that clip of Quantal and not the one where he summoned Rhino Harden past, because I'm pretty sure that's he could have understood that.
Daunting even at platinum rank. No, target your guys. Listen, I gotta be honest with you guys, okay? I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna have to VOD review it. I don't know what is happening in this game. It's like watching a movie with someone who knows the ending, and I'm just watching it for the first time. I don't know what's going on.
This is true, by the way. That's another issue I think that specifically new players have, and I have it at the same time. The extra deck being this sort of like black box where everything could happen and you have no idea what will actually happen it can be kind of frustrating, because like sometimes it's like, do I use my interruption here? Yes or no? And I'm like not sure if I should, because it depends on what's in their extra deck, like what's about to happen, you know, like
playing cards. You can banish one card from
that. However, is something that I think is not really something you can avoid. Like I think that is also true in other games. Like if you're playing against if you're playing against an opponent in Magic or Hearthstone, you also need some knowledge, like which cards to play around in their deck and so on and so forth. Like which kind of, like if your opponent reveals like he's on this class in Hearthstone, you need to know like the relevant cards to play around and all that kind of stuff. Like that is always going to be somewhat true no matter what card game you play. Like having information about your opponent's deck is important. Of course, Yu-Gi-Oh is probably specifically bad for this because we have the most cards that are all legal at the same time, right? So it's like amplified by that. But in general, that's a very card game Like that's a very typical problem for card games, to like having to know not only your own cards but also your opponent's cards to make optimal decisions.
Yes. I don't know. I should have done a Shuna or whatever the fuck her name is. Oh wait, I think I goofed. I should have done a Shuna. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. For time's sake. For time's sake. I'm just gonna do this for time's sake. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I gotta review this. There's so much going on here. What does this do for me? I don't know why I did that.
You know what the solution to that problem is, by the way, that people need to like learn and so on and so forth? Is simply, it's a motivation problem, because this sort of thing is only an issue if you are not motivated to do it. Like if you're motivated because you're having fun in the process, like if you start playing the game and you love it from the get-go, you develop like a motivation, a love for the game, then you're willing to do that kind of work, right? I think, and you're still feeling good, like, and you're gonna get rewarded for it because you know what to do when you play against that deck and all that kind of stuff. It's just, how do you get people to initially get motivated? How do you interest people and motivate people to get over that hurdle, you know?
Oh my god! Is that just not the best card of my deck? Because I just win because of Long Yun? Platinum God. Oh my god, I'm the platinum gatekeeper is what they refer to me in these Yu-Gi-Oh parts. Holy shit, I can't believe I won that. I think one of the biggest differences I can tell from Yu-Gi-Oh from other card games, now that I've given it a lot more time, is making a mistake in Yu-Gi-Oh is so much more detrimental than it is in a game like Hearthstone, for instance. One misplay allows your opponent to just absolutely roll you, and you just have to sit there and watch.
It depends on the specific situation and the misplay, but in general, I think that's true. I think that is true, because like so many actions in Yu-Gi-Oh like nowadays are condensed into fewer turns. Like messing up one of your turns and basically don't having the ideal line available or having to pass turn because of it is much more massive than making like a suboptimal decision in other card games, I think. I mean, it can happen in all the games that you get punished for a misplay, but I think in Yu-Gi-Oh overall it's more likely.
But even through me making mistakes, I still managed to win an absolute ton of the games this stream, and I made it all the way up to Platinum 2. Is that Plat 2? At this point in time, I feel like I learned something that I didn't have the knowledge of in the previous video. See, beforehand, I have no idea why anybody would want to play this game ever, comparatively to like any other card game that exists. But now I finally at least have a perspective that shows me that people just really like doing fun combos in this game. Because losing sucks, obviously, and going second might feel atrocious most of the time. When you get to do your combo and you just watch your opponent just get absolutely rolled, it is a feeling that no other card game can provide. And it's the same concept as it is in League of Legends, a game that I have played for 12 years. Stopping your opponent in lane and therefore winning the game is one of the best feelings in the world, because you know that you're the reason why you won that game. And even though this is not my preferred card game of choice, I do think that I owe the Yu-Gi-Oh community an apology. I was very ignorant at the time that I made that previous video, and I don't blame myself whatsoever for making the criticisms that I did. In fact, I still think that most of the criticisms I made in that video are still holding up after I put so much time into this game. But there's a real reason why the Yu-Gi-Oh community was so passionate about that video. The new player experience might be horrific, but if you can get past the sensory overload that Yu-Gi-Oh provides you at the start, this game will end up being something that you probably love and cherish, because there's so many interesting things that you could do in this game that no other card game can provide you. Win the game. Here we go. Oh my god, we're so back. It's a Taya.
I mean, that's a very good way to put it. I don't know what to add to that. That's very that was well said.
What am I banishing? Doesn't one of these draw me a card, Mo Yi? I don't think it matters. Okay, can I win this? I can, right? This one of these guys has 3,000. Woo! We did it! Should I put him in defensive position just to Giga Chat him? Sure. I'm gonna BM him. Get in there, Vishuda. That might have been the most enjoyable Yu-Gi-Oh game I played. And before I knew it, I was 4 games away from hitting my goal in Master Duel, getting Diamond.
Nice. Wait, did you just top deck a Vishuda into a Just Zeus on 800 life points? That's wild. That's criminal. I'd be pissed if I was your opponent.
Best fucking gamer on the planet. I am God. Dude. Woo! I deserve that. I played perfect. I did not in fact play perfectly, but don't watch the VOD because I want to live in ignorance. That means I am 1 game closer to Diamond. I think if I've learned anything about this game, by the way, I think I'm actually Yugi Moto, but in the real world, because I think I draw actually like better than the average player in this game, which is hilarious because I think in Hearthstone I draw like an ape. Everything in the world is telling me to play this game more often. It's kind of crazy. Great. Love going second. I have impermanence. It's the only action I have. You think I have time to go pee? Let's see what this guy's playing, Bruce. Duelist Cup.
Paid actor.
It's better than most people. It's fine. I don't know what
Paid
just
actor.
happened, but I'll take it. Either he bricked or it was a paid actor. Not sure. 2 more
Paid
games,
actor.
boys. 2 more games, please. Yes. Yes. Okay, good hand, good hand, good hand, good hand, good hand. No maxis, no maxis. What the hell do I do? What are you
We're already
now?
praying for no maxi.
Maxi, blow me. I would like to take this moment to talk about Maxi, which might be the
One of
worst
us.
card I've ever seen in any card game. The idea of Maxi is pretty simple. You play this when your opponent is going to start special summoning, which happens in absolute ton in Master Duel, which often just translates to you probably win that game. And
How did this turn into a Maxi discussion now? Oh my god. It took 20 minutes. Okay. I mean, yeah, makes sense. Hey, we are now one of us. Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Rarran. Hey.
Maxi is so powerful that 95% of
We don't know either is the answer. You want the answer? We don't know either. We don't know either. It's the OCG's fault. Don't blame us, dude. Don't blame us. Just play the card game.
run this card.
Play the
which is
TCG.
absolutely ridiculous.
We're based.
And it's so ridiculous that it's actually banned in IRL Yu-Gi-Oh! The fact that it's not banned in this version kind of blows my mind. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Baxia is summoned the god. Return this card, right? Sure, why not? I might as well. Oh, wow, that is beautiful. Okay, we turn you to attack position. We turn you to attack position. And
Token to attack. Giga Chad. Attack for 0.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that terrific fucking game, I'm gonna be honest. You know, I said it the previous game, but I legitimately think that was the best game I played. Once again, I played like an absolute ape. Don't listen to me. We are 1 game away on a 7-win streak game, somehow, to Diamond. All right, if we win this game, your boy is officially Diamond in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, which means 2 things, and this is very important, 2 things. 1, I can say without getting a huge response from majority of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players that I think this game is still dog shit. 2, Maxi is dumb, and most importantly, this is 3, I kind of caught you guys off guard. We could go play Balatro. Remember, you can type you were there. Let me go first. 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 No, it's code. It all comes down to this one draw. Can we draw it? Can we do it? Here we go.
Not like this.
I hate this fucking. I'm still 1 game away, right? No. See, I've been in this position. It's loser's queue now. Coincidentally, this game is even more like League of Legends because I believe it's something called loser's queue, where you just lose games the second you queue. Now, obviously, I didn't play well. I was extremely tilted at this point, but I ended up all the way back at Platinum 1 with 4 games to get the Diamond again. Now, let's just say I got a little bit frustrated. Like, just objectively speaking, compared to other card games, Why the fuck did I do that? I decided to end stream here and just continue my journey off stream for 2 reasons. 1, I was tilted and I definitely needed a break. 2, I wanted to see if I can go from platinum to diamond without reading anything in chat and see if I've learned enough in this game to actually achieve diamond myself. You ready for this? This could be it. And then my girlfriend will finally love me. All right, if I'm not going first, I think I'm just gonna walk away from
That's how it works, yeah.
I deserve it. No! What?
You know my favorite part about this is there's a coin flip and it lets you pick second if you want.
I mean, sometimes I can think your deck is supposed to.
Oh my
Wait,
god!
This is it. You could just maxi them and they just FF. That was a quick play.
What the
Are you
hell
gonna
is
do it?
this?
Please FF, please FF, please FF, please FF.
Please concede, please concede, please concede.
Yeah, please.
I can gamma the Ash. I can gamma the Ash.
You're gonna tilt them? You're tilt them.
Yeah.
Please stop
yeah.
pulling the game. Please FF, please FF, please FF, please FF.
Please concede, please concede, please concede, please concede. I'm trying to get this W, bro.
We just concede, dude.
Just concede. It's over. It's GG, GG. You got maxi, bitch. What the hell?
playing the
What the
game.
hell's that?
No more imperms.
You're set now.
Huh? Wait, he ended his turn? Okay,
Mo Yi.
wait, but I got nothing. Oh god, this is really bad. We're so bad. Holy shit. That's the draw. Okay, now I gotta hope that they don't do anything.
Not the top deck.
This is it. Finally. After all these years. Yes! Yes!
That's oh my god, that's the funniest.
Listen, I don't want to say that me and Yugi have ever been in the same room before, but we clearly have not been, so I don't know. Oh my god. Is that what diamond looks like? Why do I feel like that's not what diamond looks like? I haven't played Yugioh since I got diamond. The reason I did this was because I wanted to take some time to reflect on the journey itself, but also I kind of have to edit the video. With the main point obviously being, do I think Yugioh is a better game now that I've gone through all of this? And I think the way I would answer this is yes and no. I still think the fundamental flaw with Yugioh is getting into the game. The new player experience is a really bad experience, and I don't know what they could actually do to make the experience better. There's just a lot of upfront knowledge that needs to be figured out before you genuinely start having a good time enjoying the game. It's funny, the more connections I make with League of Legends, the more it makes me laugh because League of Legends has that problem as well. The first time I play League, I hated it and I took like a month off and then I tried it again, but I did a different approach. But once you get past all of the crazy knowledge you need to understand and how the game works and everything you could do in it, I do think this game is a much more enjoyable experience. And now that it's been a week, I kind of miss it. I think Diamond is pretty respectable and I hope people can see that I genuinely tried to be good at this game. I would say around 30 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh is a pretty good amount of time to make some kind of review on it.
That was a good one. I like that. I like that. Keep. All right. Worlds announced. Oh, hold up. Worlds announced. The Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 will take place in Seattle on September 7th to September 8th. Ooh. Seattle? That's kind of cool. That's kind of nice. I guess I'll be spending my birthday in Seattle then, because it's September 3rd. That's kind of late for Worlds, isn't it? That's kind of late. September? I don't remember it being in September ever. But okay. I mean, whatever. All right. Well, Seattle it is then. Okay. Can you unban Merly if you win Worlds this year? First of all, that's not how it works. Second, no. All right. Okay, we need to get going now, chat. We need to actually build this deck for regionals. We've kind of been slacking around, dude. It's already 3 p.m. Holy, okay. All right, let me set this up. Hold up. All right. So we've already talked about this a couple times, right? We've talked about this a couple times throughout this stream as well, in particular. I want to play Snake Eye. And hear me out, because I have said this countless times. I think the Snake Eye cards have the potential to be fun. I just don't think that the current approach that people are doing is fun. And I also think that if the Snake Eye hand trap deck is going to be the deck of the format, then I think it's going to be a pretty bad format. But that's not going to stop me from playing something a little bit different at the regionals. So we're gonna build a power spell version of Snake Eyes today. Look, hey, if you don't like Snake Eyes, I'm not forcing you to watch the stream, okay? But like, I don't like the negative energy in chat, right? Like, this is a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh stream, so like, sometimes we're gonna be playing meta decks, all right? So like, take your negativity somewhere else. I don't mind it. The thing is, we're probably not gonna play hand traps. Maybe a couple that makes sense. But like I've said it before, there's a lot of cards that we need to talk about, and I think a lot of them, they only make sense if you're not playing that many hand traps. A couple of examples. Phantasme, I think, is a good card that doesn't have a lot of synergy with some of the hand traps that people are playing. Obviously, Imperm, not much synergy there. Droll and Lockbird, not much synergy there. Nibiru, somewhat synergistic, but like not that much. Veiler also is usually too late after Phantasme, so like the card doesn't have that much synergy with hand traps, but it's got great synergy with board breakers because you draw into them and they're really good. The same is true for Magical Spring. Magical Spring is actually one of my favorite cards, I think, to use for this format. Like, it sounds like super cool because it's just draw 2 or draw 3 and discard 1. Like, that sounds super based. But it doesn't make sense to play this in like a hand trap deck because like your opponent's not going to get to the board that you're trying to make, right? Another card is like Mate to Order Mermaid Outfitter, which is a cool card to like banish your opponent's Poplar from the graveyard and search your own. That kind of stuff, right? Worlds in the USA, someone is gonna take an airplane. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a choice in that regard, but yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah. Yeah, so long story short, I think there are good cards. I think there are good cards against Snake Eye going second that aren't hand traps. And I want to try and figure out a build with that. We're gonna face a couple of issues with this sort of strategy. The first thing is most of these cards that I've shown you so far, first of all, are really only good against Snake Eyes, so they're primarily side deck cards, and at the same time, they're also only really good going second. So we're gonna have to find a way to make this work going first as well. And ideally, I want the cards that I'm using to help me play through hand traps as well, because that is one thing. That is one thing that the current iterations of Snake Eyes don't have. Most of the non-engine that people are playing, besides Crossout and Lullaby, don't actually help you play through hand traps. Like, a lot of the times when I was playing pure Snake Eye, I was drawing hands that would not have the ability. They would not have the ability to play through 1 or 2 hand traps. Like, super often, I would draw like Snake Eye Ash 4 non-engine, and I would pass to 1 impermanence, which also isn't really a winning situation for you, right? And there's a couple of approaches that help you play through hand traps. One example, and it's gonna be especially the beginning of the stream is gonna be a little messy because I have a lot of ideas in my head that I need to like think about. But like, one example of like a power spell approach that we could take is we could play like Sky Striker cards, right? I know, like, get your copy pastas out, you know, get it out of your system. the Sky Striker package I think is interesting because it does both things. Like it helps you play into games, into boards, because you just get extra bodies. Like this helps you make the Hornet Drones token is a dark, and obviously you make Kagari, so you get access to both Hita and Dark, like an instant Hita or Dark with one card if you draw Engage or Hornet Drones, right? Which is pretty good. But you can also, if you play a power spell version, you can get draws out of it, and you can also play other good spell cards like Widow Anchor or Hornet Shark Cannon, which are like actually good non-engine cards in this format. I think I think Widow Anchor is like a genuinely solid card. Shark Cannon is a genuinely solid card. So like it is something that I might want to explore, right? And these help you going first a ton, I think, because like there's a couple things you can do. So first of all, they give you extra bodies. Like this is Engage or Hornet Drones is 2 bodies, so you can easily get to Promethean Princess. But there's even other things you can do. Like for example, because the Hornet Drones token is level 1, one play that you can make that I was thinking about is you can go Hornet Drones, special the token, you make Link, you make Kagari. Where's Kagari? You make Kagari, you add back Hornet Drones, you activate Hornet Drones, you get the token again. The only downside of this line is you need to also play Hayate. But then you can go Hayate, and then you can link this into a Link Karibo. And then you can get the Link Karibo into your graveyard before you normal summon. So you play around Imperm or Veiler onto your Snake Eye Ash, right? Which is not bad, right? It's not bad. You can make at this stage you can either make you either make SP Little Knight, which also helps you play around stuff like Nibiru. The only problem with this is that you kind of lock your extra monster zone because this doesn't point, like it points sideways. That's kind of awkward. But yeah, but you could also just make like a dark or something like that and link with it later. So I think that's interesting, and obviously it would benefit off of playing like a very spell heavy version. Like one card that is exceptionally good in this concept is like Magical Spring, right? Like imagine like you start with Magical Spring, draw 2 or 3 cards, discard 1, that already puts you to 2 spell cards in the graveyard, and you can just pop off with like Engage and stuff like that. Like that's pretty cool. The question is it good enough? Which the answer to that I won't know until I actually play it at a tournament, which is why we're probably doing that. Right? Do you think cutting tuners is good? My current opinion on that is that while everyone is playing 18 hand traps or something like that, I think it's almost pointless to play Jet Synchron because you're not going to get to it anyways. Like, unironically, the Jet Synchron, I have it somewhere here just to showcase it. But like the Jet Synchron is like, I think it's a decision that is very meta dependent, and you need to make a good meta call on it, because unironically there's 2 outcomes to this situation. Either people are playing a lot of hand traps, or people are trying to play more board breakers, which some people have been doing, but I would say the majority of people is on hand traps at the moment. Unironically, if your opponent is playing a deck with a lot of hand traps, there's 2 outcomes to this situation if you don't play Jet. Either your opponent has like infinite hand traps in their hand, and you're not going to get to the Jet Synchron anyways, because they like imperm your Snake Eye Ash, or Ash your Sinful Spoil spell card, or whatever, right? And your Jet Synchron would just chill in your deck for the entire game because you never get to access it. And the second outcome is, honestly, if your opponent is playing full hand trap version and you still get to combo off, you win with just Link monsters. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't need to go against the hand trap version of Snake Eyes. You don't need to go Savage Baron. Like, you don't need that. in the case of playing like the Sky Striker package, we wouldn't have the extra deck space for it anyways. But I personally, at the moment, I'm not planning to use it. Either way. But yeah, like I said, as soon as people go away from playing 18 hand traps, which I don't know if they will, but if they do, then you can consider cutting Jet Synchron. Why does rare Jet Synchron look so good? Because rare is the best rarity. The other thing, you guys are gonna laugh at me, but the other version that I was considering for my regional, there's two options for my regional. It's either gonna be Power Spell Snake Eye, or it's gonna be Runick Snake Eye. Because unironically, the Runick Snake Eye deck that I was using was actually very fun, and I thought it was actually quite good as well. Who could have thought? I know, shocker. Unironically though, and this was the version I had built. The reason why I liked this version, was because going first, it felt almost unstoppable. Because like you have your Snake Eye deck already has the ability to play through 1 or 2 hand traps relatively easily. If your entire non-engine is Runicks, it's like it's so easy to play through hand traps. Like there's just nothing that stops you. It just doesn't happen. Like how are you gonna stop like Ash, Diabellstar, Bonfire, Runicks? Like it's just everything is gas in this deck, right? Which makes it very easy to play through hand traps going first. The bigger issue with the deck would be going second, which is something that I'm not so sure about, because I think one of the biggest downsides of playing the Runick version is that you don't get the Zelantis OTKs. Like, I think that is, like, unironically, obviously everyone is choosing going first with Snake Eye, but there are some advantages when you go second, right? Having access to Hita, having access to Dark, having access to Zelantis lines, these sort of plays are very powerful going second, and you only have them going second. Going first, most of the time, you won't have the ability to use these cards. And that's been my most annoying part about like playing the Runick version, is that I wouldn't be able to OTK with Zelantis. Like with the Runick deck, I had the ability to break boards a lot of the time, but I wouldn't be able to convert it into an immediate win. And then my opponent would win on the crackback because the follow-up is so good, right? Like the problem with Runicks is even if you can break the board, you're not going to be able to kill, and then your opponent has all the follow-up in the world, and you also have to worry about that, right? Dude, if something is unironic, it's just normal. What do you mean? Because I say unironically? I'm not a native English speaker, I'm sorry. I didn't know that word is bad to use, but okay. You do you. You're getting one guide? I mean, I sometimes I genuinely didn't know, but all right. People tend to overuse it. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. Yeah, so the third option, is that because all of this is gonna take up a lot of space in my deck, the third option is that we go complete war crime and we play like a 60 card deck with like all of the power spells, because I can't decide which one I want to try. But that might be a last ditch effort. I don't know if that's what we do, because like I have a lot of ideas. This entire pile of cards is ideas that I want to talk about today, right? Like, and the Runick cards aren't even included, and the Snake Eye cards are also already here. So and the striker cards too, right? And so like, I don't know, and I'm talking like big pile energy, because I also was thinking about, sometimes I think about these things, is like I think about how like the bamboo sword cards kind of have good synergy with Snake Eye cards, because yeah, I don't know. And like as long as you don't get drolled, you can kind of have a lot of fun and draw a lot of cards. I'm a little bit addicted to I'm a little addicted to drawing cards, but I don't know. Speaking of speaking of bamboo swords, by the way, you know how sometimes when you order cards on Card Market, they don't put it in a top loader. Instead, they just put like a common in front of it and a common behind it, right? Like as a protection from like the stamp or whatever, right? I ordered Shaddoll Fusions a couple days ago because I wanted to talk about them today, right? I ordered super rare Shaddoll Fusions from the structure deck, which are like, I don't know, $2 or something like that. I don't remember. And like they as a protection from the post stamp, they put this, which is just, this thing is $15 by the way, or $10 or something like that. This bamboo sword, they didn't know. But yeah. They didn't know about it too. I asked them if they knew about it. They said no, and I asked them if they wanted it back, so I'm sending it back later today. But because I already have a playset, I didn't need it. So like I asked them, did you do this on purpose? And they said no, and I said okay, you can have it back. So let's just go through some of the ideas just to sort them in my head, right? So obviously Snake Eye package Bonfire, that is a given that we're gonna play. So I mean, Ashes, we don't have to talk about that, right? Ashes, Oaks, Poplars, Diabell Star Wanted, Original, maybe these. I played these in the Runick version, but I'm probably not going to play them in the Power Spell version if we play that, and then Bonfire. We're going to play some capacity of those cards. We don't have to like talk about that for too long. Runick is an option. Obviously, that's going to take major dedication in terms of room, like 15 Runick spells minimum, meaning like 17 cards in the deck. So like, it's a possibility. Striker cards, I think, are actually pretty good. One thing I want to figure out, if we go for striker cards, I unironically think that Widow Anchor is a pretty good card going second. I want to try and see if we can figure out like an end board where we can actually use Widow Anchor going first as well, right? Because that's always important when you go for power spells. Like power spells in the main deck, you need to make sure you can also use them going first, right? And if we can find a way to make a solid end board that can use the Widow Anchor, then that'd be good. It doesn't need to be live immediately, right? It does not need to be live immediately, but maybe if at some point we can like link all of our things away into an Appaloosa and then use the Widow Anchor, that'd be ideal. Yeah. The same is true for Shark Cannon. Shark Cannon is also a decent card, right? Obviously, Hornet Drones. The Afterburner, I don't think we're actually going to use. What are those white sleeves? Those are KMC Hyper Mats. I've been using these ever since. I don't know if they're... I would like to tell you that they're the best, but I don't know because I've been using them ever since. But like, I've always been happy with them. All right. We're just going to make 2 piles for the rest of the cards. Or maybe 3 piles, because we're gonna discuss cards and I'm gonna put them either in like I want to play them, I maybe want to play them, and I don't want to play them, right? I think that's the best way to go about this. Phantasme, I think is really, really good against Snake Eyes if you are playing a board breaker approach. The only issue, there's 2 issues with Phantasme. The first issue is it plays into talents, which ideally I would not play into talents at all, because I mean, we're not going to be playing hand traps, so you might as well make their talents completely dead. However, I mean, a lot of the decks aren't playing talents at the moment. They're just playing maximum amount of hand traps, right? The other thing is that it might, if we play the striker cards, it might clash with the striker cards. On the other hand, there is the possibility to like you summon Phantasme and then you can like link it off into like Hita or Dark and then use your engage or something like that. Like that would work. Yeah. It gives them Ash value that they can add back with Sunlight Wolf. I am honestly not too worried about Phantasme being ashed because against Snake Eye, the reason why Phantasme is so good is you can use it on both turns. Because they're like on your turn, they're also gonna go like summon out IP Masquerena and Phantasme works on that too. So like I think Phantasme is overall incredibly good against Snake Eye. Like even drawing double Phantasme just means you're going +2 because you summon one on their turn and one on your turn. Like it's such a good card against Snake Eye. I love it. I would like to play it. It's so good that I'm even considering playing it like together with the Sky Striker cards, even though they technically have anti-synergy, but like it's such a good card. Magical Spring, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna side deck no matter which version we're gonna be building today. Like no matter if it's Runick or Sky Striker or none of the two, just board breakers, Magical Spring is gonna be in here. Like that card is honestly probably the reason why I even want to play this card. Like I just want my opponent. Ideally, I play both of these together. Like my opponent goes first. I resolve a Phantasme and then I activate a Magical Spring and I just want to play the game, dude. I just want to play that game. That seems so fun to do. Both of these cards are more likely to be side deck cards though, because they are not that great going first and they are not that great in other matchups. I mean, Magical Spring is fine against Voice's Voice. Phantasme isn't that great in other matchups, but like it's okay. Okay, let's go. Let me see if we do these in any particular order. Shaddoll Fusion. Shaddoll Fusion is an interesting one. So what you can do with Shaddoll Fusion when you go second. Once again, this is only something that we could side deck because we wouldn't be, unless we want to blind second. Unless we would really want to blind second with like a Sky Striker, I don't know. I don't think that's what we want to do. Droll is not a real card. I mean, yeah, Droll is gonna fuck me at this regional, but they simply like, you know, like they won't have it. Shaddoll Fusion is Shaddoll Fusion is good against Snake Eye, obviously. The only downside is obviously you have to play bricks. To my understanding, what you do with this, or like one of the uses for this card, it's not the only one, but let's say the more common, one of the more common occurrences is they make like an Appaloosa with IP Masquerena after you've done one or two things, and that Apple has like 3 negations, maybe 4. What you can do is you slam down Shaddoll Fusion, you send Ariel and I think Shaddoll Beast for like Ab Cologne, right? And then you can go Chainlink 1 Ab Cologne to negate the Appaloosa. You can use Ariel to banish some of their stuff in the graveyard, and then Shaddoll Beast to chain block these two guys, right? Then they can Appaloosa negate the Shaddoll Beast, but they won't be able to stop these two, right? You can also chain it in a different way if you want to draw, you know. You can also send Ariel and Poplar for Grista. Yeah, you can also send any fire. You can send Ariel plus any fire to make Grista, which can then later on be brought back with Promethean Princess. And Promethean Princess is the Grista is basically like a Thunder King Ryo kind of effect, right? Because you're gonna add back a Shaddoll Fusion from the graveyard to the hand once it hits the graveyard, and then you have a Shaddoll card for it to discard, right? Dragon better than Beast? That's not the point right now. Like that's it. I'm just like there's a couple options here, but like that's roughly what you're trying to do with Shaddoll Fusion. I'm not sure if I want to do this. One cool thing about these cards that I do want to point out is that I believe Magical Spring discards for effect. Yes, Magical Spring does discard for effect. So if you were to play these two together, and you draw one of your Shaddoll bricks, you can, like in general, this has great synergy with both of these cards, right? Because Magical Spring with these cards, you just get the free discard and the effect. And with Phantasmate, you can put the bricks back into your deck, right? And so like this has good synergy with both of these packages, right? And so I'm like, that's why I'm considering it, right? That's why I'm considering it. But it goes into the maybe section for sure. It goes into the maybe section. Soul Release. Soul Release, I think, is good in this sort of approach. However, my issue... Is that my issue with Soul Release? I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to think about, like, is this the best card to pair with, like, this sort of approach? I think it's good, right? I think it's good, and I just want to emphasize how so far all of these cards, I'm a big fan of all of these cards so far. However, the main problem for the version that we are building at the moment is that none of these cards, literally none of these cards, work in the main deck, right? That is, I think, one of the core problems that we're going to face. Like, we're going to have to find main deck good cards. There are some, but like it's yeah. Not a big fan of Release since it doesn't deal with what's already established. Okay, so for context, right? There's basically 3 different ways this can go. Way number 1, Fire King Snake Eye. Way number 2, pure Snake Eye with synchros. Way number 3, pure Snake Eye without synchros, right? Yeah. Soul Release versus pure Snake Eye, they still have Apollo plus Flamberge IP. Flamberge doesn't float. I mean, yeah, but like that's only like you've only spent 1 card so far. We still have 5 more, right? Like it's not like the hand trap version where we're gonna be down to like 3 cards going into our turn. Like we're gonna have more cards. We have the potential to have like Phantasmate beforehand and all that kind of stuff, right? So like I think Soul Release is a decent card because it deals with it always trades 1-for-1 with the Promethean Princess, and I think that's the most important part about this card is that it does deal with one of their interruptions. Like you're saying, like, oh, it doesn't deal with what's established. That's not true. It does take away interruption from them, right? It does take away interruption from you, and that is good because it deals with Promethean, it deals with the targets for Flamberge, and it also deals with like some of their follow-up in terms of the spell card. So I am a fan of Soul Release because also it's one of the few cards that you can just slam down to get an extra card for like Engage, right? So it's like it can be as simple as like Magical Spring, discard a spell card, activate Soul Release, now you have 3 spells for Engage and you can start cooking, right? And I think that's good. It's way better against Fire King than pure Snake Eye because you also take away the Fire King cards. But I am a fan of the card. I'm definitely not opposed to playing it, so it goes into the middle. This card is another card that is like in some ways worse than Soul Release, in some ways better. I think this card is interesting. In case you guys don't know what this card does, it's called Made to Order Mermaid Outfit Outfitter. And it's from Photon Hypernova. It's been a while since this card came out. Luke Tyler, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. We're building Power Spell Snake Eye for regionals right now. This card lets you banish a card from your opponent's graveyard, and then you can add a card from your deck to your hand with the same name. So essentially, you can just use it to be any card from your opponent's graveyard, and like banish Poplar, and it's another bonfire essentially. Banish Snake Eye Ash if you want a starter. Sounds like a worse Lullaby. I mean, somewhat. I think if you're already playing like something like Bell, DD Crow, Soul Release or something like that, I think you could argue that banishing one of their cards can actually be valuable. But Lullaby is also pretty good. Lullaby is one of those cards that you could probably end up playing in the main deck. This card, I think is interesting. I think this card is way better if you're playing, I think Fire King Snake Eye, because taking away their Garunix and adding your own is pretty good. But yeah, this card, I'm leaning more towards not playing it, but I'm not completely opposed to it. I think this card is good. I just don't think it's better than what we already have. But like, for example, if your opponent starts with Bonfire, I do like that, like, you can banish Bonfire to add your own Bonfire, and that puts 2 spells into your graveyard right away, right? It is another bad card going first. Yeah, it's another bad card going first. Speaking of Lullaby, Lullaby would theoretically, Lullaby would be the first card that we could main deck. However, I don't know. I have a hard time evaluating this because, like, it's a regional that I'm going to, right? Like, how many rounds would actually end up being against Snake Eye decks at a regional at the moment? I would think like half, maybe. Like, if we're playing 9 rounds, I would say like maybe 4 or 5. I don't think it's like close to all of them. I don't think it's that many. Like, if this was a YCS, I would be like, yeah, easy. We just main deck Lullaby. For a regional, I'm not sure. So the position that I am in with this card is the following. We might play this, but if I'm playing this card, I want to main deck it. I don't think I want to side deck this card, because if I'm siding specifically for the mirror match, I think there are better cards than this. So we need to reach the conclusion, if we want to play it, it needs to be good enough in the main deck, which I am not sure that's the case. Lullaby allows you to call out hand traps like Ash Blossom. Yes, but I don't think that's good enough. Like, that is a niche use case for the card. Worst case scenario, if I'm expecting to only play against like Snake Eye decks 50% of the time or something like that, I don't think I'm maining this card. I don't think I am maining this card. Let's talk about some that we could main deck. Or I'm pretty sure Enemy Controller we are going to main deck for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, the card is very good going first, or like it's good going first as opposed to other non-engine, right? Like, we can set it and it's a good disruption, which is important, I think, for the main deck, because you don't know whether you're going to go first or second, right? And something that could absolutely happen is that we go first and we get hand trapped and we have to pass the turn, right? And I really like having Enemy Controller in that case. Going second, I think Enemy Controller is phenomenal because it lets you dodge very common cards like Imperm and Effect Veiler. I think that's pretty huge. I do like this card. I am probably going to main deck it. I like Enemy Controller. And if we can take like an Appaloosa, that's just the cherry on top, honestly. Another card that I want to think about that I am not sure about yet, and I only saw it because I went through my pile of cards this morning. This card is interesting to me. Because, like, I'm trying to figure out essentially how good is this card going second, because the Snake Eye deck does add a couple cards on your turn a lot as well, right? And so like maybe it's not that bad if you go second as well, right? Because they go like Flamberge, Summon, Poplar, Ash maybe, right? And you just like draw 2 cards off of that, right? And since we are planning to let them resolve that, you know, maybe Shared Ride is okay. And if you go first, this card is just like really, really strong. Like if you go first and you make a little bit of a board and your opponent starts playing, like you activate Shared Ride, basically they have to kill you or you win, right? Like if they don't kill you after Shared Ride, like you're cooking, right? And so like Shared Ride goes into the maybe category, but it is one of those cards that I could see myself like, I could see myself main decking Shared Ride. Because it's also just an extra spell in the graveyard, so even if we only get like 1 draw with it, it's not that bad. Cosmic Cyclone, I think is good enough to main deck, unironically, in this version. I think it's good. Yeah, I think Cosmic Cyclone is good enough. I think it's unfortunately much better into Fire King than Pure. Like against Pure, it's only okay, but it's still fine. So I do want to play it, I think. It's just one of the simpler ones to just play. Because I think this card needs to be in my deck somewhere anyways, right? Because of like summon limit and all the things that people are doing. Like I need this card somewhere. And I want to use my side deck for like super impactful cards, I think. So I think it goes into the main deck. Cosmic is bad into Pure because they have 2 ways to summon from their back row. It depends how they play it, though. It depends how they play it. Like, if they just use the Flamberge at some point, you can still chain Cosmic. If they wait for you to summon and then trigger Temple, then you're right. Yeah. But, yeah. Another card, where is it, that I'm absolutely going to play no matter what, is my friend Triple Tactics Talents. Where's my third one? There. Talents is going to be in the deck no matter what. Talents is great going first. Talents is great going second. In a power spell version of this deck, like, we're always going to be playing Talents. That card is definitely going to go into the deck. I'm like very, very certain of that. Some more niche things. Let's think about this. What do we go for? I have a Snatch Steal here. I can't find my Change of Heart right now, but they're kind of the same thing. Oh, there it is. Oops. These cards. Dragonfire, thank you for the 5 months. These cards are okay. Thrust is kind of bad into Droll. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Droll is gonna be the weak spot of this deck. Like, if I go second, my opponent builds a board and they have Droll, I think I'm gonna lose. But I'm willing to accept that in order to try the deck. Because I think if I'm gonna try to make a deck that also beats Droll, I think it's just not gonna work out. So that's okay. If I end up losing the Droll too much, then it is what it is. But, yeah. If people expect Pure, they could take out Droll. That's the other thing. Like, I don't think Droll and Lockbird is a 100% staple anymore. Like, it's an okay card. It's solid overall, but I don't think it has staple level. There's a decent amount of people that play without it, right? Opinion on Bestials plus Board Breakers. We will talk about Bestials. There are, only because I'm calling this like Board Breaker or Power Spell, that does not mean that we can't play a single hand trap. There are going to be some that we could be using because they have synergy with this deck. We're going to talk about some in a little bit. Bestials are one of them that I am considering, right? Change of Heart and Snatch Steal, I don't want to use, simply because you can't main deck them. At least, I mean, when I say I can't main deck them, it means like they're not good going first, and I don't want those in my main deck. And in terms of side decking, I think there are just better cards. Like, yeah, taking Appaloosa is really good. But the problem that I'm seeing is like, first of all, I have to force them to make Appaloosa first, which costs me a couple of cards, right? And sometimes they might not make Appaloosa. Sometimes they might go just for like an SP. And then it's like weird, right? The only time I would consider playing these cards is the following. And that is that, what do you think happens if my opponent goes first and I just declare battle phase? Do you think that they go and use the IP because they're scared of evenly matched? Or do you think they just let me go to the battle phase? Since this is being streamed, they'll say okay. See, that's the thing, because I was thinking about evenly as well. We can talk about evenly. But it's like, if they shotgun, right? Because let's imagine in a world where I am not streaming this in front of 2,000 people and they would know this plan, right? Let's say this was let's say no narcs and so on and so forth, right? If I call battle phase and my opponent shotguns the IP and make Appaloosa instantly, if that is the case, then Change of Heart or Snatch Deal are incredible cards. They literally win you the game on the spot. Right? Like, they literally win you the game on the spot. If your opponent uses those resources to make Appaloosa, you just go Change of Heart. Why make Appaloosa into evenly? Well, because you make an Appaloosa with 4 materials. Your opponent evenlies, you keep the Appaloosa. You already have follow-up in hand. Like, what is that question? Like, obviously, that's the best play if your opponent has evenly. I think people would be conscious of talents and not IP. Talents more likely than evenly. In general, yes, Jordan. But like, I think one thing that you have to factor in, it's not just the likelihood of talents versus evenly. It's also, at that point, you have to assess, like, you have to assert like a you have to think about what is the chance that my opponent is bluffing evenly. Because at that point, the information game changes. The information is not just like, how likely is talents in my opponent's deck, how likely is evenly in my opponent's deck. It also needs to be like, my opponent is willing to bluff battle phase without having evenly, right? Which is something that not a lot of players are willing to do, right? So I think at that point, you know, it changes a little bit, right? Because it's not just like, because there's also a fair share of players that don't play evenly, but they will also never call battle phase if they don't have it, right? They will never just bluff battle phase, right? So yeah, because there's 2 outcomes to this. Like, if we want to gamble that they use the IP, we can play these cards and they become insane. If we want to gamble on the fact that they just don't use the IP, suddenly evenly matched isn't even that bad. Like, evenly matched is actually quite strong. If like yeah. So kind of like, I'm on the fence about these cards, on what I want to do with them. We might not play them at all to avoid this sort of guessing game, but yeah. A couple cards that I thought about, but I don't think are good enough. Book of Moon, I think, is good going first because it helps you play through Impermanent Valor a little bit. Not really, because then your Snake Eye Ash is face down and that's not that great. But you can set it and that's good. However, I think going second, the card just doesn't do enough, so I'm not a fan of Book of Moon, unfortunately. Ultimate Slayer. long story short, we won't have the extra deck space for Ultimate Slayer no matter which version we play, whether it's Sky Striker cards or Synchros or Runick cards that we need in the extra deck. We're not going to have the space to use Ultimate Slayer. Otherwise, this card would be pretty good in this sort of setup. If we had extra deck space for it, it'd be pretty nice because it would like solve parts of their board. Plus, we get spells into the graveyard. Like, it'd actually be a really good card, but we can't, I don't think. Thrust is interesting, but I won't main deck it. I won't main deck Thrust unless we play, and that could be an option. It could be an option if we play one trap card for going first that is like really, really strong. And when I say really, really strong, I don't mean imperm. And I don't feel super comfortable main decking such a card because obviously it's going to suck going second. But if there is one card that if I get stopped by hand traps, I can just set it with Thrust and win the game because of that, you know, it's DDG in the mirror. I mean, yeah, but we're talking main deck. Am I going to main deck different Dimension Ground? I'm not sure. I don't know, but like going second, this card would be crazy. Like it might be necessary for me to main deck this card to have a chance going second in game one. Cause like if we play like striker cards and Thrust and so that's really good, you know? Black Goat is a card we can discard for Witch. So Black Goat, we set Black Goat with Thrust. And what do we call? Poplar? We just call Poplar or what? Flamberge? Oh, Flamberge. Right. Call Flamberge. Is that good enough though? Like unironically, in the scenario where my opponent hand traps me to death and I have pretty much nothing, if I call Flamberge, are you sure they still can't OTK me with like Promethean into Zelantis? Like that OTK is hella efficient, right? Goat is also a good discard for Witch, and also if you play Souls, a good scent. Oh, I haven't even thought about Magician Souls yet. Where are my Magician Souls? We need to talk about that. Okay, hold up. Okay. Yeah, you're right. That card is an option. All right. Fire King won't really care if you call Flamberge and will kill you, yeah. Yeah. That might be an issue. But like the arguments are like somewhat appealing. The fact that you can like discard it for Diabellstar, the fact that you can send it for souls if we were to play that, that's interesting. But like, long story short, I think Thrust might be too good of a card for going second, that we might want to main deck it still, and we might want to play a trap card for it so that it's good going first as well. Because at that stage, if you're playing like triple tactics and triple Thrust, like going first is actually into hand traps. You're quite comfortable, I would say. Like that seems all right. What else do we have? Cross out, we can't really play. And I think if anything, if any card is gonna ruin my day in this regional, I think it's gonna be Cross Out Designator and Droll and Lockbird maybe. But like Cross Out Designator is such an obnoxious card in the mirror match, because like even if we play no hand traps, we avoid getting cross outed on their turn, but then they're going to cross out my engine, and that is really painful. Like I think cross out is going to be a big pain in the ass for me to deal with. Obviously we can't play it ourselves if we don't play hand traps. Wow. Droplet. I think Droplet. I can see myself playing Droplet. At the same time, is it really worth it? Is it really worth it to play Droplet? I'm not sure. Cause it's like Droplet has so many free sends theoretically. I mean, if we go ham and play like bamboo swords, then I would play Droplet. But there's two things we cannot do if we play bamboo swords. Number one, we can't play 40 cards. Number two, we cannot get Droll and Lockbirded. We cannot get Droll and Lockbirded if we play bamboo swords. The bamboo swords are insanely based with Striker. I mean, look, I don't know if it's gonna be good, but it seems incredibly fun. No, Droplet is a good card that I might play. Yeah, Droplet might be good enough. Other cards. Super Poly. Super Poly I won't play. I don't think it's good enough. Well, maybe it is. Like, if it wasn't for the extra deck space, I would probably play the card. Let's say it like this. I don't think it's good as your only board breaker, but I think it's good if you have like multiple board breakers together, like having like Super Poly together with like Soul Release or something like that seems pretty nice. But since it also costs me like a couple extra deck slots, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with it. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with it. Well, I'm leaning towards not playing it. Dark Ruler. Dark Ruler. What do you really gain from Dark Ruler? Not much. Stops the IP Masquerena. That's pretty much it. Not great. Lightning Storm. Same as Feather Duster. I don't know where my Feather Duster is, but like I don't think these cards are great. Stops the formula and such since you're going with breakers. You mean like the Dark Ruler? Dark Ruler is good in the Runick version because you won't have a battle phase anyways. I mean, okay, Dark Ruler, I could see myself side decking Dark Ruler just for like the synchro version of the deck, right? If I see game one they play Jet Synchron, I might want Dark Ruler because then like even if they open full combo Baron plus Savage, I just like Dark Ruler that, puts one spell in my graveyard and I'm just vibing like that, you know, like that'd be okay. It's good against Voiceless Voice. So maybe it's okay in side deck for like the, because I mean if I'm playing against the synchro version, they are going to get the full combo off if they have it, right? Can you win if you don't kill them? I think so. I mean I can make the same, like I can make the standard boards, right? It's okay. I'm pretty sure that's fine. I'm pretty sure that's doable. I think that's all right. I think if you're letting them set up, then Dark Ruler gains value. Otherwise, it's not great. I mean, yeah, that's obvious. But like, we are letting them set up. But even then, it might not be good enough. But I'll move it. I'll move it one step over. That's a lot of cards, though. We're gonna have to filter through that. Lightning Storm, I don't think makes the cut because the side deck is going to be very tight, and I don't think this card is good enough. And then there's a couple cards that I just quickly wanted to mention. Oh, Reborn. Reborn I think is very good. I like Reborn. Reborn is a very good non-engine card. It's a spell card, which is a bonus for this version. but mainly it's good going first and second because it's an extender that lets you play through hand traps. And in this version especially, if we're playing striker cards, you can also Reborn Kagari in later turns, because we're not gonna have room to make multiple Kagaris, but theoretically you can like top deck Reborn into Kagari into like add back Engage into Search Widow Anchor and all that. Like, it's pretty good. Reborn is pretty strong. I want to play Reborn. And then some cards that I think were worth mentioning. Foolish Return. I don't think it makes the cut because it's just a little bit too low impact. The same is true for Forbidden Chalice. I thought I had Forbidden Chalices, but I don't. How is the adventure engine? I mean, you're playing Snake Eye Ash, so I don't think you want to, like, yeah. These guys we won't play because we need our normal summon. And these guys, I unfortunately think, even though it is a pretty good card, I don't think it makes the cut. I mean, if we don't have to talk about it, if we're playing strikers, never. But like, even without strikers, I don't think we need that. Foolish is good versus Branded. Yeah, it's good in other matchups, but like, I don't think that makes me want to play it. But yeah. And I guess we should think about these guys. Magician Souls. Do I want to play Magician Souls? Like a good extender. Draw some cards. Kind of liking that idea. I'm kind of liking the idea of Magician Souls. Unrelated question, what type of desk do you have? I don't know how to answer that question. What are the available types of desks? I might want to play Magician Souls. It seems good. It does seem good. It's a wooden desk, yes, and you can like the height is adjustable, so I can technically stand, which I am not doing often enough doing streaming. But yeah, I should stand more often. So Magician Souls lets you make Linkuriboh early, but how do you get the Linkuriboh into the graveyard? There's no way to do that before you normal summon, right? Secure Gardener? Secure... Wait, does Secure Gardener work? Secure Gardener. You can't link it off? I mean, you can send it for the Snake Eyes though. Right? Like, that would work. You can like send it. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I have Secure Gardener somewhere. Is it here? Yeah. Okay. After this card is special summoned, you take no effect damage for the rest of this turn. Once per turn, if you would take battle or effect damage, you take no damage. Cannot be used as link material. So... need a Cyberse monster? Well, thank God Linkuriboh is a Cyberse monster. That would be really unfortunate if we didn't know what we were talking about. So you summon Magician Souls, draw a card, or maybe not. You go Linkuriboh, link into Secure Gardener, then you normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Ash. And now if they have Imperm, you can like, you know, dodge it with Link Karibo. And if they don't have Imperm, you just do your thing and Ash sent the Gardener. And even if you do get Impermed, I don't think the secure Gardener is a problem, right? Because like, let's say you do get Impermed on Ash, Tribute for Link Karibo, Ash resolves, you just go grab Poplar, and then Poplar grabs Original, and then Original just sends the Gardener. Right? And that also works. And so you do play through Imperm with this. It would require an extra deck space, but that might be all right. That might be all right. Okay. Loses to Nib though? I mean, not just Nib, no. Like, it depends, right? You go... I guess it depends. Hold up. One summon... Hold up. One summon, 2 summons, 3 summons, 4 summons, 5. Poplar effect. Assuming you don't get Impermed, right? Poplar effect, grab this or the field spell. I mean, probably this. So, are they gonna nib you here? Because if they nib you here, you still get to Poplar place itself and then send it for Sinful. I think I would get the field spell. No, if you get the field spell, you do lose to nib. I'll show you. If you get the field spell, you do lose to nib right here. Right? Because you have no way to extend past. Like, if they just nib you here. If they just nib you here before you have the field spell up, then you have no way to push through, right? You have to search this. Right? So if you get nibbed here, you just do this, right? You get the nib token, and you go original, send Poplar, summon Oak. Summon Oak, Oak brings back whatever, right? And then you can go into Flamberge and do your thing, right? So that's fine. That's fine. Isn't Burning Draw also pretty nice? What is a Burning Draw? Hold up. What do you mean by that? Burning Draw. You cannot normal or special summon except fire. That's pretty bad. For the entire turn. It's like an interesting card. Cause like, I mean, look, hey, if they got an Appaloosa and you draw 4 cards, that is nasty. But like, it disables all the other engines we have, right? No Sky Striker cards, no Magician Souls, no Runick. No matter which version you're playing, like, you can't do it. No Dark the Dark Charmer, no Link Karibo, no Zelantis, like nothing, right? Nothing. No Diabell Star. Yeah. It's an interesting card. I don't hate it. I really don't hate it, but I don't think it's the one for this deck. I don't think it's the card for this deck. Don't think it works like that. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's just assume. Let me try. So these are all the cards that we were maybe playing. These were the cards that I wanted to be playing. Let's just see how this would look. Unironically, if we ignore the existence of Droll and Lockbird, we also might want to play the Bamboo Swords in this because like they are really good with so many cards here. Which makes this like into a hell of a pile, but I do kind of like that. Okay, so it's going to be 3 ashes, 2 poplars, 1 oak, probably 2 flamberge, 1 original. Probably gonna play the temple. 3 wanted, 3 bonfire. Let's just assume 3 witches. Which is how many cards for engine here? 9, 11, 15, 19. 19. 3 magician souls. We're looking at 22 cards, and then we can play 18 power spells, which is kind of based for the main deck. Three souls. I mean, I'm starting with the max. We could cut it down a little bit, but like, and this could be an issue, unironically, if the deck is drawing a lot of cards, which I hope it will. We might draw multiples too often. So we might actually, this might be one of the decks where I might want to play like 2 of some of these cards, especially after siding with like Magical Spring and stuff like that. Dude, we haven't even fit the striker cards yet. Where are the striker cards? Okay. So this is 22, and let's just say we're definitely gonna play 2 engage 1 Hornet Drones. And then the question becomes, how many of these do we play? I do think Widow Anchor seems pretty nice. And Shark Cannon is technically pretty good too. We're definitely going to play 1 of each, I think. We're definitely going to play 1 of each. I'm not sure yet. Might play more. Droll cooks? Oh yeah, Droll is going to cook us every time. I know. That's going to happen. 3 talents. So this was 22, 27, 30, 33, 36, 37. And this is what I'm saying when I mean, this is what I mean when I say, like, if we want to play these guys, it has to be like an incredible endeavor of like 60 card Snake Eye madness. I don't think we can ever do this in 40 cards. Even though these guys have great synergy with the entire deck almost. They do really have great synergy with the entire deck, but like, yeah, Droplet is also not here yet. Isn't Econ a -1? Econ helps you resolve your Snake Eye Ash when it gets impermed. I think that's important. Phantasmate, these guys are side deck cards. This is the main deck. We're gonna play these, but they're not gonna be in the main deck. Droplet. mean, this could be one way to do it. This could be one way to do it. This would be 40 without these down here. Droplet could be Upstart. I thought about Upstart Goblin to make the striker cards more efficient, but I think if we play, this is what I would consider the minimum striker package. If we play a bigger one, I might be inclined to do that. At the same time, I don't know if we need Upstart, because I mean, like, the deck is only like, how many monsters? 3, 5, 8, 10, 14 it's 26 spells already. I don't think we need Upstart necessarily. What about Parallel Exceed? I think Parallel Exceed is just incredibly bad against Promethean Princess, and I don't want to play it because of that. I'm not gonna call Prohibition. I'm not gonna use Prohibition to call Draw and Lock for it, no. I mean, we can like check this out a little bit and see if it like it's, I mean, we can't test it right now, but like we can at least see how it like draws and if it theoretically has a chance to maybe go second, because going first, I don't think this is that much different from a regular Snake Eye deck. Because like, I mean, whether you draw hand traps next to your engine or these kind of cards next to your engine, I don't think it's a biggest problem. I liked siding Called By. I could side Called By for going first. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think it's not good enough going second, because if I Called By like a Promethean Princess, I can't use my own Promethean Princess, and I think that's too big of a downside when you're breaking boards. You want to play any hand traps? I mean, I'm not opposed to playing hand traps. We can talk about some in a second. But they need to synergize with board breakers, which most hand traps don't. I think Bystials are good in this. I would side deck Bystials probably, because they are good with hand traps. But I think for the most part, most traditional hand traps that people are using at the moment are not great. Ghost Ogre maybe. Ghost Ogre could be okay to use on your own turn, unlike Masquerena. Yeah. But then why would that be Ghost Ogre? Like, there's a lot of spell cards that do that too. Like, you could, and that would help with the striker cards, right? Like, you can just, yeah. I mean, it's not bad, is it? It's not too bad, is it? I was thinking, isn't Shared Ride also insane going second? If you chain it when the opponent reborns with Flamberge and adds all the follow-up, you either force him to not add or you draw 2 to 3 cards. So Shared Ride is a card that I am very interested in if it is good going second. My problem with this is, you, first of all, you have to start playing to force your opponent to use the Flamberge. Right? You have to start playing to force your opponent's Flamberge out. And then the way it goes, right? Normally, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it goes most of the time is Flamberge brings back Oak Ash, and they both trigger, and then Ash adds, so you get 1 draw with Shared Ride. You get 1 draw with Shared Ride if they add with Ash, and then the Oak revives Poplar, or the other way around, you know, you can like Oak, you can go Oak and Poplar, trigger Poplar, and then bring back Ash. but then they can just not activate the second one because they're not summoned at the same time, right? They don't summon Poplar and Ash at the same time all the time. Not sometimes they do, but not always. You can't rely on that. And so at that point, Shared Ride is only an upstart goblin. Right? It's only an upstart goblin, and it's not that great, I don't think. It's not that great. I don't really know how you get 3 cards from Shared Ride, honestly. Like how does the deck even add 3 cards on your turn? What is the third one that I'm like? It's Ash, it's Poplar. What else would it be? Right? Like what else could it be that they I don't even think it has more potential than that on your turn. Set Wanted? I mean, if they have a Set Wanted, sure, but they can chain it to Shared Ride, so it's like it's irrelevant. Wanted would add from Grave, but Shared Ride also counts that. Shared Ride also counts that. Ponix? Ponix would add in the standby phase. So if you go Shared Ride immediately and then they Ponix, like let's say they activate Ponix, you change Shared Ride, they could just not activate Poplar or Ash later on, right? But like, it's not, I don't think this is bad because this is basically the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario for Shared Ride is it's like a upstart goblin that stops your opponent from getting some searches. It's okay. The problem is just it's competing with so many other cards in the deck, right? Like you don't have the slots for this. Like unironically, this is kind of making me want to play like some stupid pile where I play all of these cards, but then it's not going to be consistent because I'm not going to open my starter cards. But like, there's like so many interesting cards that I want to try. But yeah. How good is Spellbound right now? Not that good, unfortunately. Like you can stop there's like a million cards that can stop specifically the IP Masquerena from Snake Eye decks. Like there's better cards. Can you try it in Master Duel? What, this list? I mean, there's no bonfire, but okay, this hand going second is not that great because it has Flamberge and double Wanted, but like you never know. If Towns resolves, you get like 2 draws. Oh, there's a chance. How much for pile deck? What do you mean how much for pile deck? I'd probably be 60 cards with like, it would probably be 60 cards with like striker cards and bamboo swords, and you just go please don't have droll. Do you prefer to play with double sleeves later in the tournaments? I do play in tournaments, especially bigger tournaments. I always play double sleeved, yeah, just to make sure everything looks the same. No like cards looking out of the sleeves or cards being slightly bent or anything like that, just to avoid trouble. I mean, the thing with all these hands, is like, they're not auto win or anything, but they got a chance. And I think no matter how I look at it, is like, I think games like this, they're probably going to be more fun than if you just didn't have, if you just drew like 4 hand traps. That hand just loses to 1 Imper. I'm not going second. There was literally droplet double Cosmic. Dude, I've drawn Temple more often than Engage so far. Your opponent will have like 1 or 2 hand traps plus the board. Yeah, I mean, like literally, if you present me with the worst case scenario every time, I'm probably gonna lose a lot. But that is not like you're not. It's not a reasonable request. You're like, hey, do the impossible. Is he playing for going second? No, I'm just checking if I could win going second. I'm pretty confident this one would win most of the time. I'm pretty sure this one would. Dies extra hard to anti-spell. Wasn't there a Cosmic Cyclone? I think there was. I'm not sure. Maybe there wasn't. So far, I think every time Droplet feels like the worst card in my hand every time, but you love drawing Flamberge. I literally have not drawn Magician Souls yet. And I have not drawn Engage yet, but I've drawn Flamberge like 5 times. What would go over Droplet? Probably like the Thrust package. The Thrust package seems nicer. this stupid Flamberge, man. Pretty good hand though. Droplet is better with Phantasme. I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, we can side deck those cards. Like, Magical Spring and Phantasme are going to make it a lot more likely to see custom hands like that. What's the line with this deck? I mean, going first, you just do the regular Flamberge IP Masquerena. And you can probably convert the extra bodies. I like where this is going. I don't like where that is going. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah. What's in the extra? We'd have to look at that in a second. We're running out of time a little bit. I don't know if we can finish the full list today, but I don't have to. I mean, the regional is on Sunday. There's still some time left. This is the thing. I think I am gonna take something like this to the regional. I'm just gonna take it there because, like, you can do as much theory as you want. To me, it looks very fun, and I need to figure out if I can actually win with it. Because, like, maybe I can, maybe I can't, but, like, I want to try it. You're drawing more Temple than Souls? I haven't drawn Souls a single time yet. It's actually concerning. I just can't draw Magician Souls. This sounds pretty good. Is Souls in here? Yeah, it's there. How has the 3 talents felt in comparison to 3 thrust in the same spot in these going second hands? I don't think those are 2 cards that are competing with each other. Like, in this list, you will always play 3 talents, no matter what. So you shouldn't compare them against each other. Like, thrust would also feel really good going second every time. I mean, these hands are nice. Even if I end up losing this game, I'm still gonna enjoy the hell out of it, no? Summon your inner 60? I mean, look. I'll say most of these hands would have been better with a bamboo sword. I said it. I said it. I'm not taking it back. Okay, that's a lot of striker cards, but fine. You've got Wanted, Engage, Hornet Drones. That's pretty good. I mean, if we want to go 60, we can also just add the Runicks to it. Runicks put 3 spells in the grave for Engage really quick. A triple enemy controller. We're controlling the enemy. I mean, it honestly, unironically, most of these hands don't seem bad. Like they do seem playable. I wish I would draw Magician Souls once. We're gonna do test hands until we draw Magician Souls. So maybe we're here forever. Dude, this is temple number 6 or something like that. Do 1 extra shuffle. Okay, I'm done now, so I'm doing 1 extra shuffle. Terrible idea. Terrible hand. To be fair, this exact hand you could also draw in Pure Snake Eye though. All these cards are also in their normal version. You're forgetting you would cut like your opponents would do? Okay, so I'm done shuffling, so now my opponent shuffles. Right? Then I cut. And then my opponent cuts. And we draw Flamberge. That's very realistic. Can you double check it's in the deck? I did double check. It's in the deck. There's 3 copies. Oh my god. You only checked 1 copy? 1, 2, 3. Dude! Temple. If you only play 1 souls, you'll draw it? Okay, hold up. This would be crazy. Have to fix to 40 before? Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Put the 2 more Widow Anchors. All right. Augers. That was way faster after we took out the 2 Magician Souls. It's actually rigged, dude. The Matrix is rigged. Okay. All right. This looks fun. Unironically, this looks fun. I don't know if this is going to be the final list that I'll be using. I'll probably tinker around with it a little bit on Saturday. But something like this, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play something like this. Like either this or the Runick version. It feels very fun to me. Like I'm looking forward to playing that. And like once again, I do think this is good enough to perform well. Whether it's the ideal version of the deck is another question. If I'm gonna be honest with you, probably not. The best way to play this deck is probably still to play hand traps. However, I just don't find that very fun. And since I am like in the current season, I'm not really in the situation that I need to try hard this current season. Because I don't need to grind for worlds points, and I don't have a YCS coming up that I'm testing for. So I'm just gonna play a version of the deck that I think is gonna be more enjoyable for me personally, right? Because at the end of the day, if I don't go undefeated at this regional, it's not the end of the world for me as long as I'm having a good time. So that's what I'm gonna do. You still need to get your Euros invite? I do have my Euros invite from YCS Bologna. I did that. That was actually my. That was I did not have my. I did not have my my Euros invite before winning the YCS. So yeah, I did qualify for Euros with that. The extra deck is gonna be relatively simple, I think. I think we're just gonna play a pure extra deck with these guys in it. So like we need these 3 guys. We need Link Karibo. We need the Charmers. We obviously need Little Knight, IP Masquerena. We might not need double SP. Promethean Princess. These are options. Anima is an option because we have a lot of level 1s. If we play Souls, we also play Celine. Hold up. 4, 8, 10. We might not need Amla Whale. We need Zelantis. We need Raging Phoenix. We need Appaloosa. And that's 13, right? That's 13. And then we can pick 2 of these, I think. Unless I'm Azalea to get into Kagari. Are you cooking? Hold up. Where's my Azalea? I have one somewhere. Give me a second. Two light and or darks must be link summoned. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. If we have enough spells in the graveyard, we can just make an Azalea. Oh yeah. You kind of need Phoenix for the OTK on empty board, right? Nightmare Phoenix? Nightmare Phoenix for the OTK on empty board. For Link. Okay, what's the... Why is that... Okay, what's the OTK on an empty board? I actually don't know. Zelantis pop the Phoenix. You Zelantis Phoenix. Go battle phase. Zelantis pops the Phoenix. And then Raging Phoenix comes back. And that gains 1900. So that's 47. And what's the other monster? Oh, you attack with Phoenix first, obviously. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. So we have one slot. I mean, I do like Phoenix regardless. I think Phoenix is a really good card regardless. So we have one slot which can be Typhon, Azalea, Amblo Whale, or Anima. At this point in time, I would lean towards Typhon or Azalea. I would lean towards Typhon or Azalea. Technically, you could also play Nightmare Unicorn. I don't think that's high up on the list, though. I don't think you need that. Yeah. And I think this whole Zelantis package is the whole Zelantis, Raging Phoenix, Nightmare Phoenix, Selene, these kind of like OTK situations, I think are the reason why like the board breaker approach is like somewhat viable, because like killing with this deck is actually not that hard. What about Underworld Goddess? I mean, it is an option. I don't think it's a better option than these guys, though. For the most part. I don't think it's a better option than these guys. So, yeah. Yeah. What do you go into with Selene? Without access code, using Selene is not that easy. But I think there's a couple good uses for Selene still. The first one is going first, you can make an Appaloosa for free with it sometimes. Also going second, you can make an Appaloosa with it for free, which is nice. You can also turn your Charmers into something that has a downwards arrow, which means you can go Nightmare Phoenix to draw a card, which I think is interesting. Yeah. Did you consider how to deal with towers? I think I'll just win round 1. I think that's the easiest way to deal with towers monsters. The yeah, the 15th card. I'm leaning towards Typhon, but I think the Azalea is kind of interesting. Cause like, because we play Hayate and Kagari, you can even sometimes access Engage when you have like no business having it. Like you just use a couple of your spells, and then you have like Diabellstar plus like Linkaribo or something like that, and you just go Azalea, pop one of their cards, link into Hayate, Hayate attack directly, send Engage, add back with Kagari. I think that's interesting. One other cool thing, I don't know how cool you find it, I think it's cool, is that you can Promethean Princess revive Kagari on your follow-up turns, so you can always recover like Engage or Widow Anchors or stuff like that. I think that's cool. I think the extra deck is not that big of an issue. Like you have enough space for all these things. And if you don't play, if we decide to take out, or if I decide to take out the Magician's Souls, I also get to cut the Secure Gardener, and I get another slot, which is also worth considering. You need 4 spells for Azalea? I know, I am aware. I never said you needed 3. But, I mean, I'm playing 26 spells, so... No. Okay. Yeah, the extra deck is the smaller of the issues, I think, for this deck. Power Spell Snake Eye on Master Duel is extremely base, just saying. I mean, aren't all of these cards in Master Duel except for, like, I mean, Bonfire? No Bonfire and no SP Little Knight. Everything else we have. And we don't have Raging Phoenix. Yeah. We could try that at some point. We could try that. I don't mind. Yeah, we can try that at some point. That's cool. Obviously, no Raging Phoenix makes OTKing a little bit like harder, right? But maybe it's still fine. SP came out in October, so in theory she might come out during the April pack. Like, I got no idea at this point anymore, because like, I mean, SP Little Knight was in the same set as Diabell Star, and Diabell Star came out like weeks ago in Master Duel, so like at this point the theory behind it just doesn't exist anymore. It's just like they do it whenever they feel like it, is what I'm thinking. Let's build a side deck for this. I definitely want to side deck Phantasme and Magical Spring. Those are well, Phantasme is negotiable because maybe with strikers it doesn't make that much sense. But Magical Spring I absolutely want to play. I think one Kurikara is a good idea because it is searchable and you know that does make sense. Other cards. Could side deck Called by the Grave for going first. Don't hate that idea. Bestials. Bestials are an option. For like voiceless voice. For voiceless voice and for pure Snake Eye to prevent the Omni Negate from Savage. Could be alright. What was the other? There was other cards. Okay, Dark Ruler was a maybe. Dark Ruler, Thrust was a maybe. These were a maybe. Evenly's a maybe. Soul Release was a maybe. Shaddoll Fusion is a maybe. The thing is, do you guys think it's worth even side decking for matchups that aren't the mirror match? Like, I'm this close to just saying, fuck it, I'm just gonna side for the mirror, because, like, Snake Eye cards are so much better than everything else. And, like, I have, like, good main deck. I mean, I already have great board breakers, so, like, what am I losing to going second, really? Maybe Puppet Lock, right? But I already have Droplet theoretically for that. I also have Shark Cannon for Puppet Lock. I mean, we could just play Bestials. We could just play Bestials. Fire King Dogmatica. It's like a rogue deck. It's not up to the power level of Snake Eyes, but it's playable. I mean, Bestials would also cover like Branded, right? It would cover the Branded. So if we do 4 Bestials, Called by the Grave. Unironically, Baldrake. I mean, if we play Phantasme, Baldrake is pretty good. But at the moment, we're not playing Phantasme, so it's like 4 Bestial. This puts us to 9. We have 6 more. We do... Magna Search Phantasme sounds like so much fun. It does. It does. It really does. This looks all right. So essentially, what you would be doing with this side deck, is you wouldn't, like, you would side differently against different Snake Eye versions. Like, for example, against Fire King, you would side in the soul releases, but you might not want to side these in against Pure. Against Pure, maybe you will prefer like Bestials to prevent like the Savage Negate or something like that. I'd have to test it, what exactly you side in and out, because like siding out going second with this deck, I would probably take out a little bit of engine stuff, like a Flamberge, a Diabellstar, like a Magician Souls or two. Maybe even like against Pure Snake Eye, maybe even the Cosmic Cyclones, even though then you get anti-spelled or whatever, that's annoying. But yeah. Maybe play Scapegoat. Why would I do that? Josh is leaking the deck he'll be playing. I mean, this is a regional, guys. I think you overestimate how important this is to me. Like, I just want to, I want to test, I care about it. I want to make a good deck. But most importantly, I want to make good content, and I want to also just like have fun at this regional. So like, I don't mind this. Also, this is not like the completely final list yet, because I don't feel like we're done just yet. It's just unfortunate that we're running low on time for today's stream. We spent a little bit too much watching the Rarran video earlier. But like, I just want to try stuff. I do want to try stuff, and I want to show you guys the things that I want to try, essentially. Because like, if there's one thing in terms of like creating content in a tier 0 format, it's like showing the experimental side of things, right? Like that is important to me. If that means that I lose a match at the regional because someone was watching the stream and knows that they don't need to play around Nibiru or something like that, so be it. You know, so be it. It's all right. Even though I was thinking about adding Nibiru to this, because I think Nibiru is like... Nibiru, I think, is okay when you pair it with board breakers, because you can, like, stop some parts of their end board. Like, I think Nibiru could be okay in this deck. Because it also gives you, like, it gives you a body... And even if even the lines that play around Nibiru do lose something to it, right? Like I am getting the feeling that Nibiru should be here somewhere. So I'm gonna have to tinker with this list a little bit. We would do that tomorrow. I just want to say that I would show you the entire process on stream, but tomorrow I can't stream. And then on Friday I'll be live. I'll be live on Friday, but I will be streaming the Challenger Cup. So I don't think we can finish the full thing, but this is like very close to what I want to be using. Like either this or the Runick version, but you've already seen the Runick version. Yeah. Taxes getting in the way of cooking match? Yeah, true. It's fine. I mean, I still think this this is getting somewhere. I like it. The one thing I'm not convinced with the Magician Souls yet. The Striker package, I am the most interested in how it performs. I'm not convinced with Droplet. I think the biggest issue when going second with power spells is that you'll notice a lot of these spells, like Cosmic Cyclone, Enemy Controller, even Forbidden Droplet, Widow Anchor, Shark Cannon, they deal with your opponent's engine pieces one by one. Kind of, like, right? Like you use Enemy Controller to dodge one impermanence. You use Cosmic Cyclone to prevent one IP Masquerena. The problem is that your opponent's deck, like Snake Eye decks, are designed to create all of these interaction points off of just one or two cards, right? And so like, it is not good to trade one-on-one with something that they have gotten as part of a 1-card combo that creates like 4 other interruptions, right? Like 1 Snake Eye Ash creating 1 Promethean, 1 IP Masquerena, 1 Flamberge, 1 whatever, right? All of that together, and then you trade 1 card for 1 piece of that puzzle isn't ideal. Like, I think the key to success with a power spell version is that you need power spells that create card advantage, right? Like Talents, like Magical Spring, like Phantasme, like Bestials, to an extent like Enemy Controller, like Engage, right? Like, you need your cards to be more efficient than one-on-one trades. Because if you do, like Runics as well, like that's why I was considering the Runic version in the first place. So yeah, that's one thing that I'm concerned with in general with this deck, which means I might have to adjust it a little bit to make it more like one way how you could keep throwing cards at them. One way how you could keep throwing cards at your opponent and not run out is if you were to play like maybe Bamboo Swords or Runic cards, right? Like, or both. Which are cards that I'm considering. Like, but I don't know if that's a little bit too weird for me to play. Maybe it's too weird. It does seem kind of fun though. I don't know. I'm going to play something like this on the weekend. I'm going to play something like this. I think it's going to be fun no matter what. Like, honestly, no matter what, even if I play, unironically, even if I play into Snake Eyes and I lose a couple times, I still think the games are going to be fun. And I'm going to enjoy it. And at the end of the day, this is what it is all about. Because, I mean, this is not a YCS that I'm really trying to win or I'll be sad. Like, as long as I'm enjoying the day, I think that is the most important part. And I'm going to try and do as well as I can. I'm going to the Dreieich Regional in Germany. That being said, though, I do think no matter how I'm going to build this deck, it has a chance to perform. That I do believe in. That I do believe in. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't play it. Like, if I'm not playing it just for the fun of it. Like, I am playing it because I think it's going to be more fun and it has a chance to do well. But yeah. Ito Okami, thank you for the 5 months. Also, thank you, El Boosty, thank you for the 8 months. RSQ3, thank you for the 8 months. And Gurula Vespa, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate all of you guys. I'm sorry that during these discussions, sometimes I don't always thank all the subs because I'm very like caught up in my own thoughts. And so sometimes I don't even recognize or realize that the sub sound is playing. I'm sorry. I appreciate the support, everybody. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I hope this was interesting. We're gonna call it a day here. And I would like to say I'll see you guys tomorrow, but I will not see you guys tomorrow because I had a meeting with my tax consultant earlier this morning, and we need to get my taxes sorted for last year, so I need to do that tomorrow. Boring stuff, but it needs to be done, and I won't have time on Friday because I'm streaming on Friday. I won't have time on the weekend because I'm playing the regional and all that kind of stuff, so I need to do it tomorrow, which is boring, but I need to do it, otherwise I'll never do it, and so it needs to be done. Unfortunate. But like I said earlier, I will be live on Friday for the Challenger Cup that I'm gonna be hosting. I don't know if there's still, let me check if there's still room for the Challenger Cup. There is still 8 spots. There's still 8 spots in my Challenger Cup on the Friday. So if you want to play in the Challenger Cup on Friday, you can still sign up. The link to it is just in the, I don't have the invite link to, hold up. I don't have the invite link to the Challenger Cup Discord server ready right now. But you know what? Just go !Discord. Go !Discord. you can join my Discord server, which if you haven't done so yet, feel free to do so. And if you're in that Discord server, just ask, and either I or one of my mods or someone else is gonna happily send you the link to the Challenger Cup Discord server as well. All right. That being said, once again, hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope you have a wonderful Thursday as well, because I won't see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys on Friday for the Challenger Cup. Until then, thank you for watching. We're going to raid Emre today, the true carrier of the World Championship. Hold up. If he's live, I think he's live. He is. All right. I'll send you guys over to Emre. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you on Friday. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the subs. Appreciate you for hanging out. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.